Good evening and welcome. Tonight is the second of two nights that we have set aside to hear from the community on the interim superintendent's fiscal year 2023 operating budget proposal to the Board of Education. As always, board members are looking forward to hearing and giving thoughtful consideration to your input as we prepare to review and take action on the interim superintendent's recommendations. Tonight's hearing will be broadcast live on television and MCPS media, including the MCPS Spanish YouTube channel. Ms. Maria Lopez is present to assist those in need of Spanish translation services. As always, board members are looking forward to hearing and giving thoughtful consideration to your input as we prepare to review and take action on the superintendent's recommendations. Before we begin, let me allow board members to introduce themselves, starting with Ms. Harris.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here.
Ms. Mandrowski.
Good evening, Rebecca Smondrowski. Welcome.
Ms. Silvestri.
Good evening, Carla Silvestre, and I just want to repeat in Spanish what President Wolf said. Tenemos interpretación. La señora que está sentada allá está disponible si usted quiere dar su testimonio en español. Gracias.
Dr. Daca.
Good evening.
Miss Evans,
Good evening, everyone. Shebra Evans.
Dr. Joftis,
Hi, everybody. Scott Joftis.
Miss O'Looney,
Good evening, everyone. Nice to see our students here.
and I'm Brenda Wolf. In addition, we're joined by MCPS staff, both in this room and via video, Zoom, I should say. The order of speakers is listed on the agenda that is available on the board's website. Board members will have an opportunity to hear from the community via either in person or through either audio or video presentations. Only the audio and video testimonies received will be aired during this meeting. Written testimonies of those who signed up for tonight's hearing have been made available to the public and for board members' review on board docs. The board's remaining work sessions on the operating budget request will be held beginning tomorrow at 1 p.m., Wednesday, January the 19th, and on Tuesday, January the 25th. We will take tentative action on the proposed operating budget on Thursday, February 24th. Let us begin. Our first speaker is Ruby Toplian and Nora Manny. I hope I pronounced that correctly.
Good evening, Dr. McKnight and members of the Board of Education. My name is Ruby Topalian.
And I am Nora Manley.
We are the leaders of Uplift WJ, a mental health advocacy club at Walter Johnson High School. Thank you so much for having us here today, and we appreciate all you've done to keep our county safe. Despite the current climate, staffing shortages, and the way in which COVID has taken over all of our lives, Nora and I firmly believe that the issue we've come to talk about today is more relevant now than ever before. Every day, thousands of students throughout MCPS and beyond suffer silently, scared to reach out to anyone. When they get to school, they find a single mental health professional for thousands of students who could potentially guide them. This is the reality of the mental health response team in our county. According to the National Association of School Psychology, it is recommended that schools have one psychologist per 500 students. Montgomery County has an average of one school psychologist per 1,742 students. When we compare that to neighboring counties, we are not doing enough. Charles County, on average, has one school psychologist per 747 students. Harford County has one school psychologist per 885 students. These numbers aren't perfect either, but they are far closer to where we should be.
Over the last few months, our club, Uplift WJ, has been gathering data from different schools across the county. Our surveys show that Walter Johnson's 60.8% of nearly 1,000 students surveyed felt that the current mental health slideshows and lessons shown in homeroom were not helpful emotionally, aligning with Magruder's 69.5% and Quince Orchard's 54.2%.
At WJ, 58.1% felt that the number of school psychologists present is not enough, coinciding with Magruder's majority of 69.5% and QO's 70.8%. The fact of the matter is that while MCPS has definitely been more open about having conversations on these important topics, there aren't enough resources in place for students to feel totally supported.
In the past, Montgomery County has been a catalyst for social change. And while this issue goes far beyond the parameters of the county, the change can and should start with us. The mental health crisis ravaging its way through the lives of our students will only get worse unless we take action to stop it. Amber Alert, Megan's Law, the Ryan White Care Act, and countless others all have one thing in common. They're named after victims. Although these are all national laws, it demonstrates not only a pattern with our country, but with our county as well. Why should we wait for our students to become victims before we change our policies?
So what can we change? After talking to psychologists throughout the county, the counseling departments at our high school are overworked and taking on too many roles, emphasizing a dire need for more school psychologists who can tackle student mental health issues throughout the county. After speaking to the presidents of MCSPA, when compared to nearby counties, pay in Montgomery County is not as competitive for school psychologists, especially with the high cost of living here.
Thank you. We have your testimony. Next up is Olivia Ding.
Good evening, Dr. McKnight and members of the Board of Education. My name is Olivia Ding, and I'm a freshman at Poolesville High School in the Humanities program. Tonight, I am here to talk about an issue that affects numerous middle and high schools all across the county: bathroom dividers. In early September, I ran for class vice president. As part of my campaign, I reached out to students in my grade and asked what changes they would like to see, or just things that concerned them in general. Out of the 53 students I surveyed, over half of them mentioned their surprise and, frankly, their shock when they entered the bathroom and saw there was nothing separating each urinal. Although I do not use the men's bathrooms, it was extremely unsettling to hear fellow classmates complain about how uncomfortable they felt using the urinals. If the stalls were already taken, the only options they had were to either wait or stand shoulder to shoulder with another student. After hearing so many opinions from students, I created a Google form for people to share their ideas and comments on bathroom dividers. Soon, I began receiving responses from those attending schools other than Poolesville, such as Cabin John Middle School. That was when I started to realize this isn't simply an issue in Poolesville. It is a county-wide issue. Reading the replies from over 150 students showed me just how prominent the problem is in our county. It is unacceptable to continue to allow students to feel embarrassed and self-conscious to use a school bathroom. Members of the Board of Education, my classmates should not have to earn their privacy. Every morning, we come to school to learn, to socialize, and to thrive. We do not come here to endure the invasion of our safety, to suffer anxiety and humiliation. Please take this into consideration as you decide what to do with the $2.93 billion of proposed funding this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Gretchen Gilmore.
Good evening. Nice to see y'all again. My name is Gretchen Gilmore, and I'm a 10th grader at Wooten High School. I'm here today to talk about getting more school psychologists for our middle and high schoolers. According to the current school psychologist assignments found on the MCPS website, school psychologists are spread between different MCPS schools, often 2 or 3. Some schools don't even have any of these staff members announced yet. MCPS needs competent professionals that will treat students with the care and attention we deserve. After the pandemic disrupted the way we learn and function in a school atmosphere, students and parents need more help than ever getting back on track. We need admin in schools that can work with students and staff to ensure this is happening, while also improving the safe environment of the building. The National Association of School Psychologists recommends a ratio of 1 psychologist to 500 students in a school. According to Bethesda Magazine in 2020, each school-based school psychologist typically serves a caseload of approximately 1,800 students in MCPS. It's no secret that there's been a shifted focus on mental health, especially among middle and high schoolers. Students all over the county have voiced their concerns for their peers and themselves. School psychologists can be a part of that solution. We're still having issues with the way things are, so the need for change is clear. I also ask that when we think about this, we take extra care to make sure that no schools are prioritized because they have certain advantages, like being in a wealthier area. The mental health crisis affects all students, and no school should be neglected when it comes to the quality and quantity of their staff. We as students appreciate the policy and programs that go into getting us all the resources we have, but the achievement gap in MCPS grows when certain schools/areas intentionally or unintentionally receive benefits or assets over others. Thank you for your careful consideration and action going forward. The superintendent's recommended operating budget found on the MCPS website says that there's no change in the school psychologist budgeted positions from fiscal year 2022 to fiscal year 2023 under allocation of staffing. There is a decreased change listed for counselors, social workers, and pupil personnel workers. It also states that students with disabilities also receive support from other school counselors, school psychologists, and administrators. Supportive staff are necessary for all students. COVID ruined our routines. Let's use that to move forward. Towards an MCPS that supports diverse learning needs before we get trapped in unhealthy practices that lead to burnout and a decrease in our students' mental health. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Next up is Allison Bennett. Please play the video.
Hello, my name is Allison Bennett. I am a student member of the fiscal year 2023 Budget Advisory Committee. I'm also a senior at BCC High School and a member of the MCR Executive Board and one of HANA's cluster liaisons. I'd like to start off by saying that I'm in support of the proposed increase of 12 student counselor positions. There's a common consensus among students that counselor support is inadequate, and with this, counselors will have more time to focus on individual students. It's a small but necessary step, and hopefully more is to come in the following fiscal years. However, I'd like to draw attention to the COVID response and the fiscal year 2023 budget. COVID will most likely be an issue in the next fiscal year. MCPS does not have a student vaccine mandate, and epidemiologists say this will be an endemic disease. I understand that MCPS has the ESSER fund, but the issue I have with it is how it's being handled. Something the budget needs to address is funding for contact tracers. If it's in the current fiscal year budget, it is not adequate. According to my school's PTA president, my principal gets to school at 6 a.m. to do COVID contact tracing. This is on top of his other work, and beginning work at that hour is just overwhelming. And because he's so overwhelmed, things just slip through the cracks. A person at my table in my physics class tested positive for the break, and I was never notified of this by my school or MCPS. MCPS should be prepared for another COVID surge next winter and have funds for enough contact tracers to cover it. If MCPS wants schools to be open next year without the possibility of shutdowns, we need to be prepared to curb the spread of COVID. Thank you.
Next is Peter Boyko. Please play the video.
Good evening, Dr. McKnight, President Wolf, and members of the MCPS Board of Education. My name is Peter Boyko, and I am the SGA President at Kingsview Middle School. I am here today to talk to you about the issue of school lunches. First of all, thank you very much for providing free school meals this year. I've heard from many friends and families how helpful this is, especially in times like these. However, for far too long, our main meals during lunch have consisted of French fries, pizza, burgers, and chicken nuggets, leaving healthier food options such as salad and fruit on the side, which students will simply just walk by. In addition, our school lunches provide no variation on a daily basis for students who are vegetarian, vegan, kosher, or halal. I have 3 requests that I would love for the board to consider. Number 1, I urge members of the board to invest money from the operating budget into free school meals for the next school year. We all know the benefits of these free meals, especially for farm students and low-income families. Number 2, board members, we cannot continue serving pizza, fries, and other junk food that will harm the health of students. We need to have higher nutritional standards and incorporate healthier food options in main meals. For many students, the meals they receive during the school day are the only meals that they'll get throughout the day. In addition, students who practice healthy eating habits are performing better academically. Healthy eating also boosts your immune system, something very important in these times. Finally, our school lunches need to reflect the beautiful diversity in MCPS. Vegetarian, vegan, kosher, and halal food options are rarely being provided in our school lunches. This needs to change. MCPS needs to take strides towards having more accommodating school lunches for vegetarian, vegan, kosher, and halal students. Free school meals, improving the quality of our school lunches, and recognizing the diverse religious communities in our school system are very important because our school meals are an issue that has been brushed aside and dismissed year after year. But this year, it won't be. It can't be. Thank you.
Next is Sophie Nugent. I'm sorry if I mispronounced it. Please play the video.
Good evening, Dr. McKnight and members of the Board of Education. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to provide testimony today. My name is Sophie Nugent, and I'm a freshman at Rockville High School. As a lifelong MCPS student, I'm here to urge you to hire more school counselors and psychologists and improve mental health supports. In the beginning of the school year, I was excited to return back in person at a new school, make new friends, and take my first ever advanced placement class. As months passed, however, I was overwhelmed with homework assignments, staying up late until midnight to complete them. As everything started piling up one after another, I found myself not having enough time to talk to my family or friends. My experience is only one of thousands of stories that express the struggle with mental health. With the sudden transition from virtual to in-person learning, it's been incredibly difficult for students to adapt to the environment. Some students feel as if this year has been the hardest yet. Between juggling the heavy workload, extracurricular activities, sleepless nights, and a social life, students are showing signs of exhaustion trying to manage it all. But this has happened for years now, not just during the pandemic. It is evident that MCPS is currently seeing an uptick in mental health crises, yet we haven't taken enough action to address the social and emotional needs of students. Hiring more school counselors and psychologists is the first step. As of right now, there is data to prove that school psychologists are shared between 2 to 3 schools, some of which have more than 2,000 students. Many of them are overworked due to their job demands and cannot provide time to meet with all students. Students need trusting relationships with their counselors so that they don't feel excluded from these mental health services, something that not everyone can afford on a regular basis. Reducing the student-to-counselor ratio is important to ensure that no student is left behind. As we continue to navigate the pandemic, it is important that we put the 160,000 MCPS students first, which is why I ask you to allocate more funding towards hiring more school counselors and psychologists, a step that will greatly impact the lives of students. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Next is Nora Rudman. Play the video, please.
Hello, members of the board. My name is Nora Rudman, and I'm a sophomore currently attending Poolesville High School. Today, I am speaking on the behalf of an increase in funding towards school lunches, specifically to improve their quality and especially within middle and high schools. Many students cannot pack a lunch at home. Some don't have access to food they can pack, and others just don't have time to pack lunch for themselves. While lunches are offered for free at schools, MCPS's current priority seems to be providing healthy lunches and not necessarily edible ones. This does not present as big of a problem within elementary schools, where students who don't pack lunch are ushered into lunch lines and often eat food even if it's not the best. However, by the time students reach middle school, they possess much more autonomy, and therefore will often decide not to eat at all if they feel the food provided to them isn't of good enough quality. I have friends who would rather go hungry the entire school day than eat school lunch, many of whom don't eat breakfast either. These kids wake up as early as 5:20 to make it to their bus stops and get home as late as 3:30 or 4, going upwards of 10 hours without eating anything. School should be a place where students want to eat, and it is a school's responsibility to provide good food to students that may not have access to it at home. Before all MCPS school lunches were made free in the 2021 to 2022 school year, more than 33% of MCPS students were on free or reduced lunch. According to the Food Research and Action Center, research shows that receiving free or reduced price school lunches reduces food insecurity, obesity rates, and poor health. If students opt out of receiving school lunch because of its inadequate quality, they lose these potential benefits. Furthermore, when unable to pack lunch at home and unwilling to eat poorly made school lunches, some students will go off campus to purchase fast food or food from convenience stores, as it A, tastes good, and B, is often cheaper than non-school provided healthy lunch options. Not only does the quality of school lunches impact students' nutrition, but it also causes a lot of waste. Fruits and vegetables provided within school lunch lines are often of poor quality, leading to few students choosing to pick them up in line. Friends have told me on other occasions they've seen students forced to take fruits and vegetables in the lunch line only to throw them in the trash as soon as they leave it. Investing in the quality of school lunches as a means to promote healthy eating has been tried in the past, and it has worked. A study led by researchers from the Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health placed professional chefs in partnerships with elementary and middle schools to help develop high-quality, healthy meal plans for students. The study's results revealed that after 7 months, students eating the chef-enhanced school lunches were 20% more likely than students at non-chef-aided schools to choose a fruit, and 30% more likely to choose a vegetable. While hiring a professional chef at every school exceeds the constraints of the MCPS budget, the results of this study prove more generally that efforts to improve the quality of school lunches are effective in improving student nutrition, a goal the county should be committed to. Allocating more funds to school lunches would improve the nutrition of MCPS students, reduce waste, and help combat food insecurity at home. Thank you.
Next is Jonathan Chung and Yanhita Shakrab. I'm going to leave it at Yanhita. And Jonathan Chung.
Hi, my name is Jantita Chakravarti. I'm an 8th grader at Robert Frost Middle School. I'm on Team Visionaries, a first LIGO League team of elementary and middle school MCPS students. The team is coached by parent volunteers at his home. First Lego League, or FLL, introduces kids ages 9 to 16 to basic robotics. Teams must design, build, and code a robot to perform challenges. Teams also must research a problem and design a solution to the problem. This year, the challenge was to find ways to improve delivery of cargo. We researched how packages get delivered to hard-to-reach places that may not have formal addresses, like rural areas, Brazilian favelas, Native American reservations, or Indian city apartments. We designed a solar-powered package lockbox with a QR code system to provide Google Maps, locations for homes without addresses, and a parking sensor to tell delivery drivers whether your home has a parking lot spot available. FLL helps kids gain experiences with real-world problems through a guided robotics program. FLL was a very enjoyable experience because I got to work with new people whom I soon recognized as my teammates and, more importantly, my friends. I have learned a lot about innovation and collaboration through participating in FLL.
Hi, my name is Jonathan Chung. I am 4th grader at Chevy Chase Elementary School. I'm on Team Visionaries too. Many kids have an interest in robotics and coding. Unfortunately, a lot of kids can't take part in FLL. Some middle schools have an FLL team, but they cost money to join. Some middle schools teach Lego robotics in class, but they are not the full program. In FLL, we get to design our own robots using Legos. The full FLL includes robot challenges and an innovation project. We also compete in tournaments where we can win regional, state, national, and international awards. First Lego League leads to First Tech and then First Robotics, which not only teach engineering and coding, but also help students get into college and earn scholarships. First Lego League also teaches core values: innovation, discovery, inclusion, impact, teamwork, and fun. Plenty of kids are not able to form a group or have a parent volunteer as a coach because of their work. If MCPS were to pay for space, equipment, and coaches at the schools, many more students will be able to take part in this fun and educational experience. Thank you to the Board of Education for listening to us today.
Next is Philippe DeBole.
Good evening, Dr. McKnight and members of the board. My name is Felipe DeBole and I'm a senior at Walt Whitman High School and a member of MCR. I'm speaking to you today to urge you to allocate more funds for mental health resources and support, particularly considering the burden of the COVID-19 pandemic on students' mental health. The detrimental effect of the uncertainty of these past 2 years is undisputable. 46% of parents say their teen has shown signs of new or worsening anxiety or depression. Even without a mental health crisis at our hands, exacerbated by the return to in-person schooling that has required adaptation under extremely uncertain circumstances, MCPS would already be lacking in its funding for mental health resources in schools. In this school year, the vast majority of MCPS schools only count with one school psychologist. Many schools share school psychologists. The middle school I went to, Thomas W. Pyle, does not have a school psychologist. The National Association of School Psychologists recommends one school psychologist for every 500 students. MCPS is far from that goal. Given my school's population, we should have 4 school psychologists. We have 1. Funding for staff specifically trained to address students' mental health needs is crucial at this specific moment. I can speak for myself in saying that the pandemic has deeply affected me. The uncertainty brought about by these last 2 years has taken and continues to take a toll on my mental health. I can say the same for the vast majority of my friends and peers who struggles with online learning and readjusting to in-person learning went way past academics. These struggles will be here next school year and possibly even more prominent than they are now. The incoming class of freshmen will never have experienced a fully normal year outside of elementary school. No high school student next year will have experienced a full pre-pandemic high school year. The need to address the mental health of these students is urgent, and it cannot be met with the amount of staff we currently have. At my school, the only way I'm able to talk to a counselor is if I make an appointment, and even then I have experienced some difficulty, especially during the last few months when counselors have been inundated with college app work. For a student who urgently needs somebody to talk to in the middle of school, this is unsustainable. Mental health resources need to be more accessible, and they need to be there to respond to these issues as they arise. The proposed budget for the fiscal year of 2023 released in December contains approximately $150 million more in funding than last year's, and yet there seems to be no increase in funds for school psychologists, counselors, or social workers. In fact, there is decreased allocation of staffing for counselors and social workers and no change for psychologists. As you decide on how to allocate funds for different programs for the next school year, a school year that will be defined by many of the same challenges we are facing this year, I urge you to consider the importance of supporting our students' mental health and invest in our well-being. Thank you.
Next is Carolyn Lee.
My name is Carolyn Lee, and I am a senior at Richard Montgomery High School. I represent the Rockville Montgomery Robotics Association, RMRA, founded in 2016. The RMRA fields First Tech Challenge Team 5421 Armed and Dangerous from Rockville, Maryland. We were formed in 2011 and are currently composed of 12 students from Richard Montgomery High School. FIRST, or For Inspiration and Recognition of Science and Technology, is an international nonprofit that runs robotics competitions for elementary through high school students. FIRST teams design and build a robot to complete annual challenges, developing STEM skills while realizing the value of hard work and innovation. Rookie teams are not expected to have any technical expertise. Rather, they learn by being part of a team through an authentic hands-on experience. Our team founded MoCo First in years past, a student-run organization that strives to bring together all FIRST teams in Montgomery County. MoCo First currently consists of teams competing in FIRST programs, the First Lego League, the First Robotics Competition, and the First Tech Challenge. However, FIRST is more than building robots. Teams are judged at competition on how effectively they have raised STEM awareness in their community. Through community initiatives, team members learn communication and leadership skills. FIRST promotes gracious professionalism, the idea that although teams are competitors in the Robot Challenge, we must also work together to make a greater impact on their communities while treating each other with respect. Statistics reveal that FIRST's efforts to instill these values in today's youth is truly making a difference, as students who participate in FIRST are more likely to graduate high school and go on to college, and twice as likely to study fields in STEM. Hundreds of MCPS families attended our robotics information sessions this year, showing a high demand for FIRST programs. However, more than 10 MCPS high schools are currently without FIRST teams. Teams confront high startup costs. FTC teams need around $3,000 to successfully operate in their rookie season. With a growing number of FIRST teams, it is crucial that stipends for robotics programs continue in fiscal year 2023. If the board is dedicated to financially supporting FIRST programs, then every student in MCPS would have the opportunity to participate in FIRST. FIRST brands itself as the varsity sport for the mind. We hope that you will agree that financially supporting FIRST like a sport, ensuring every student the opportunity to participate, is a worthwhile goal. Thank you.
At this time, I'll take questions from my fellow board members, starting with Ms. O'Looney.
Yeah, I'll start with a comment, which is something we noted at our last hearing, which is that this year especially, I think there's been a heightened interest from our students in particular about increased mental health supports. And that's something we talked about at our first operating budget work session, about how the conversation around mental health supports in schools is so often focused exclusively on our counseling support. But in reality, the conversation extends and should extend far beyond that singular position into 504 coordinators and school psychologists, thank you, Felipe, and restorative justice coaches and specialists. So I'm looking forward to continuing that conversation at future work sessions. I did want to request a few follow-ups based on some of the testimonies we heard today. First, thank you, Ms. Ding, for your comment about urinal dividers. If we could just get a cost estimate on how much that would cost to put those in all of our schools. I know some of our schools, they have themselves funded those installations. So if we could also look at subtracting those schools that already have those implemented, that would be great. Peter from Kingsview Middle School, thank you so much for your advocacy. If you're out there watching about school meals and school lunches, thank you also to Nora. I think this is an issue that anyone who works in central office can say that we never stop hearing about, and it's often sometimes that we like to laugh, shrug our shoulders, move on, but I really think that school meals are a real issue of importance. When we talk about gaps in educational opportunities between historically high-performing groups and historically marginalized groups, I think this is an area where our school system could really provide some extra support. So if we could get a cost estimate on one, what it would take for our school system to continue making universal school meals free. And then also just a little bit of a report on where we currently buy our food from, its nutritional value, along with the school lunch menus that we provide at schools. That would be great to include in a work session. So thank you to staff, and thank you to all of our students for coming out on a weekday evening. I appreciate your time.
Dr. Joftis.
I have no further questions, but I did want to also thank the students for their testimony and raising the issues, especially around mental health, food, and robotics. So thank you.
Ms. Evans.
Sure. Just associate myself with the comments of thanking our students, and to Ms. Aluni's question about the system paying for the food. Correct me if I'm wrong. That's not us. That's through grants at the federal level, right?
Yeah, but the Universal School Meals Program, federally funded, expires at the end of the school year.
Yes, currently we are on waivers for the seamless summer option, and that does end on June 30th.
Ms. Silvestri, do you have any comments?
No, just I appreciate all our students coming out to advocate for better mental health resources. And as you see me struggling, looking through our budget book to find counselors and psychologists, this is one of the issues that I've talked to staff numerous times, and it's about understanding the state of mental health in our system. So the budget book is written so that I can say that there's a change of one position in elementary counselors, but what does that say to the public? That doesn't mean anything. You don't know how many were added last year. What does that do to complete the picture of what is needed for our student population? So it's just really hard to digest this budget book without really having additional context, and I know you're working on it, but I just wanted to give this example again to reiterate my point that we need a functional budget so that we can say to our public, yes, we need more mental health supports, but we actually added a lot of psychologists and counselors in the last budget, but you don't see that if you're just looking at this year's budget. And we're still hiring those positions, so it's not like we actually, we have those boots on the ground as we speak. So just to make the point, and again, we hear you students. I know this is a very difficult year, and we need these supports, and we're working with the school system so that we can have a better picture for you to be able to analyze where we are with meeting the needs of our students. Thank you.
Ms. Mandrowski.
Yep, thank you. To follow along with those thoughts, because I basically had the same type of response, and it would be helpful if we could, so for example, you know, when the budget reads that we're doing a reduction of one FTE, it doesn't show for the fact that doesn't mean we're actually going to be removing a counselor because we haven't fully staffed all of our counselor positions. So not one person who's currently hired is going to be going away. It's one less position that we would like to staff that we may not. It also would be helpful if in our budget there could be any kind of indicators as to where people are allocated by school. Or, you know, the formulas. We used to, years ago when I first joined the board, we used to have presentations and stuff about the formulas to determine which schools got what kind of resources and why. And I think that it may be time for us to get back there. My only other question is where in the budget can I find things like the funding for robotics and other those type of programs? Because I know in years past, we've added additional funding for like the robotics program, most specifically off the top of my head, as well as others, but I don't see that in here anywhere over the last couple of weeks. And so I don't know how much money they're currently getting or how much money that they could use. And things like the Lego Club and stuff like that, it's nice for people to talk about it, and I think that those type of activities are important, and I would like to see us fund them, but I don't know how much they cost or where they would be listed as.
Ms. Wolf, President Wolf, if I may, thank you so much for the comments that have been made already. I was just reflecting, and I heard what you said, Ms. Mondrowski. Years ago, we used to do a budget, and it would be a program budget. And so the program budget would outline more specifically exactly how much money was allocated to specific programs. So I do hear the board having an interest in that. So what we can do is try to pull out some of those programs and show exactly where the funding is to help translate some of what's in the budget book. So
that would be very much appreciated, especially because, there is also concern about equity in schools in terms of schools that can raise money or have PTAs who support some of these programs like robotics have much more access to them than the ones that don't. So it would be helpful. Thank you.
Ms. Harris.
Yes, I just appreciate the comments of all of my colleagues. And I did want to follow up too on thanking Mr. Pollian and Ms. Manley for elevating the issue of the pay that we provide for our school psychologists. School psychologists themselves have raised the issue of the fact that for many of our school psychologist positions, we're not exactly competitive with some of our surrounding districts in the way they're not necessarily full 12-month employees, which can be an issue. And I think we've heard so much from students last Monday and tonight about the need for enhanced mental wellness professionals in our schools. And to me, it's almost reframing this issue in this conversation in first the way we look at the role of our mental wellness professionals in our schools, because I think it's becoming more and more clear that as we've tended to look at our school staffing and the people who work in the educational role, or teachers and our paraeducators, and then those who play other roles and support roles in our schools, like our counselors and psychologists. But I think it's becoming more and more clear that learning loss, mitigation, and academic progress and mental wellness are not separate things. They are completely intertwined. And thinking more about the fact that it's a continuum, and so looking at having mental wellness teams in schools. And we've been talking a little bit about that concept the past last Monday and tonight in ensuring that we have not only a full panoply of mental wellness professionals in our schools, but we're taking away administrative burdens from them that prevent them from supporting students and staff. And so I think this is just all coming together to highlight the need to have a different approach to the role of mental wellness professionals in our schools. And I also wanted to thank our students who testified so very professionally about the need to enhance the lunches and the meals that we provide in our schools, and calling out or pulling out the research around those school systems who have brought in professional chefs to help kind of reimagine the way they prepare and serve meals. And I would just suggest that we have in MCPS 3 culinary arts programs, and why we can't pull those students into a conversation with the Division of Food and Nutrition to reimagine our meals, come up with new ideas for meal preparation, create roles for our own professionally training students to be part of that work, and to also tap into those students in our culinary arts programs to then reach into their own student networks for ideas about what would create a more interesting, enticing, and satisfying sort of meal offering in our schools. I think there's, as our students so ably shared, there are great models out there to do this better, and nutrition is also part and parcel of learning. So I just so appreciate the real creativity that our students are bringing to these questions, and the way that they are framing them as not isolated, separate issues in silos, but they are all interwoven into the experience that we provide to our students in our buildings every day. Thanks.
Dr. Daka?
Yes, I want to thank the students also for coming out. Kingsview, Wooten, Poolsville, WJ, and Churchill were the ones that I found in my notes. I must have missed them. And to have them come out and speak so cogently about the issues that they were concerned about. I just wanted to say that the school meals is an important issue, and I know that we have students on the budget committee, budget advisory, and I don't know whether I missed it, but maybe there's a place for students with the lunch program. There are a lot of restrictions in terms of lunch with the federal government, and with the fact that they have to be self-supporting. So it makes it really difficult to do some of the changes, but they have been trying to do more in the last few years with salads and with fruit, except somebody just said kids will just toss that, and I don't know. I also wanted to say I agree with Ms. Silvestre and others about the budget book. If there's a psychologist in one program, there are a couple in another program, but you can't get them all together. You have to make your own list to enumerate them so that you know how many are there totally and where. And psychologists are very difficult to get, and many of them want to go into private industry because they do get paid more. So we have a lot of things that we have to really work with, but thank you for all your insights tonight.
I too would like to join my colleagues in thanking all of the students who came out to speak tonight. I'm always amazed at our students. They're very coherent, intelligent, and detailed. I'm particularly interested in this robotics program, though, and would like to understand where it's offered, because like Ms. Smendrowski said, I'm always concerned that all of our programs are made available to all of our students, at least that there is some equitable distribution. So if I could get a report later on that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. At this time, I'm going to call Christine Handy. Press the button.
Underneath the mic.
All right. Good evening, Ms. Wolf, Ms. Silvestri, members of the Board of Education, and Dr. McKnight. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony related to the interim superintendent's recommended operating budget for fiscal year 2023. As the president of McCap and McBoa, I represent more than 790 leaders who serve in administrative and supervisory positions in schools, central services, and operations. I've had the opportunity to review the proposed operating budget presented by Dr. McKnight and MCPS executive staff. I recognize the uncertainty that reduced enrollment will have on revenue expectations and the challenges of not knowing the actual revenue to expect from the state and the blueprint for Maryland's future legislation. McCap-McBoa supports MCPS's budget request of $2.93 billion that includes $131.3 million above maintenance of effort to sustain operations to support the more than 158,000 students that we serve. We support the addition of a full-time staff development teacher at every school, a full-time reading specialist at every elementary school, the expansion of pre-kindergarten classes, and the establishment of a welcome center for our newcomer students. We also support the increased compensation and step increases for MCPS employees. Our employees have gone above and beyond to serve our school community, and this is essential to maintain a high-quality workforce and be competitive with our neighboring school districts. We have submitted additional budget priorities to MCPS. Due to time constraints, I'd like to call your attention to just a few. You have heard our concerns about the overwhelming nature of the testing coordinator's responsibilities. Over the years, the number of tests that we administer has increased, and test coordination has become a full-time job. Combined with the increased responsibilities of our assistant principals, it has become impossible for them to manage both responsibilities and maintain a reasonable work-life balance. Thus, we are asking that the school district add one full-time testing coordinator for every school. In MCPS, the average director of learning, achievement, and administration supervises 20 to 26 schools. The Center for Educational Leadership recommends that principal supervisors should have between 8 to 12 schools in order to be highly effective. Prior to the pandemic, an additional 3 directors were included in the budget, but later removed. We are requesting that 3 additional directors be added back into the budget to allow directors to be able to offer more differentiated instructional and leadership support to the schools and the school leaders that they supervise. Our professional growth system is a premier program that is respected across the nation. We are especially proud of the support that we provide to novice teachers and novice principals. We are recommending that MCPS add an additional consultant principal to the budget to support the increased number of novice principals. This year, 34 first-year principals received support. This was an unprecedented caseload and impacted the level of coaching that the consultant principals could provide. A retired administrator and former consultant principal were brought in to lighten the caseload. As we prepare to continue to provide informal support to the 34 year 2 principals next year, along with expected new hires, it is imperative to include an additional consultant principal in the budget. As shared, we have submitted additional budget priorities to the interim superintendent and look forward to further discussions. We acknowledge the work of MCPS leadership on the operating budget and the commitment to our core purpose of preparing all students to thrive in their future. We will advocate for full support of the MCPS operating budget from our county council. We appreciate you, the Board of Education, and Dr. McKnight, MCEA and SEI Local 500 as our partners in this advocacy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Byron Johns.
Good evening, members of the board and Dr. McKnight. My name is Byron Johns, and I'm here to represent the concerns of the NAACP, Parents Council, and the Black and Brown Coalition on behalf of the 55% of the students and families that are Black and Brown. First, as we enter the second year of this coronavirus pandemic, we must acknowledge the impact has been devastating for so many families, and that solutions have been vexing and elusive globally across every institution, including education. As with others, Black and Brown communities support opposing approaches, so there are no obvious solutions that will satisfy everyone. One bright point that deserves more recognition is MCPS's successful partnership with DHHS and private healthcare providers to expand access to vaccination clinics at schools in an equitable manner. It has been an outstanding and unquestionable success. We understand the importance of the board hearing from MCPS families to inform its decisions. Traditionally, the board has not received proportional input from communities of color that are often most impacted by your decisions and policies. You hopefully will notice a change this year. You have heard and will be hearing public comments from a number of Black, Brown, and other parents of color from across MCPS clusters. sharing needs and concerns of their children, their family, their schools, and clusters. Please take note. We hope these voices and comments better inform the board's deliberations and decisions to improve the district for all. My comments on the budget will be macro level going forward. First, ESSER resource allocation. We cannot clearly see in the proposed budget how the ESSER funds MCPS received will be allocated to address recovery and are prioritized to first address recovery supports for the most impacted students with the greatest needs. We request the board ask MCPS to clearly identify in the 2023 budget how ESSER funds will be applied, in particular to address learning loss for our most impacted students, and report publicly every semester. Second, budget alignment to strategic plan. The recently approved 2022-2025 strategic plan has established the district's goals, objectives, and priorities. However, we do not see the proposed operating budget aligns funds and allocates resources to achieve the goals and objectives in the plan. While all the objectives are important, several that we believe are critical and foundational elements and must be fully resourced in this budget to make real progress are, first, increased experience and diverse principals and teachers serving in high-need schools, including providing the incentives to attract, retain, and provide vigorous, proven supports for principals in high-need schools. Second, increase by 25% access to enriched and accelerated opportunities for underrepresented student groups. And third, implement culturally responsive family engagement that promotes two-way communication and empowers all families to be partners with MCPS to ensure student learning. We respectfully request the board ask MCPS staff to show more clearly how this budget aligns to the board's strategic plan and ensure these critical foundational elements are fully resourced to achieve the results identified. Thank you each for your dedication and commitment to educational equity and excellence in these unprecedented times.
Thank you. Next is Diego Uriburu.
Dear members of the board and Dr. McKnight, we want to start, like Byron, to thank you for all your efforts. We know that these past weeks and months have been difficult. We want to acknowledge all that you have done to try to listen to everyone. As Byron mentioned, it's impossible to please absolutely everyone. I've seen people here testifying and not being so nice to you because they wanted all these schools to be open. Then you want other people that want it to be closed. So thank you for listening to all of us and making the judgment that you think is best for all students, particularly for those who lost the most learning, which are benefiting tremendously from the schools being opened. But our families also struggle. They want their kids to be in school, but they're also afraid. So there's no solution, and even the CDC changes all the time. And maybe one recommendation would be to try to be better at communicating with everyone, which is also difficult. Specifically about the budget, a few points. As Byron mentioned, we would love for the ESSER dollars to be broken down into the budget. The operating budget as presented doesn't seem to be an equitable budget from our viewpoint because it gives all schools the same. The dollars that will make the difference will be the ESSER dollars, but we don't see the breakdown of those dollars. We're also very concerned that if the equitable initiatives funding by the ESSER dollars eventually will come to an end when the ESSER dollars go away. So we'd rather see the equitable interventions in the operating budget so we know that we're there. We don't want to postpone and suddenly have a big problem 3 or 4 years ago in 2024 when these funds come to an end. It was discussed earlier today. It would be great if a separate document be produced that explains the programs and the strategies that are going to be used, because I agree, I cannot understand how 20 positions more, one less, really impacts what we're trying to do. I know that all of you are committed to equity. That is 100% clear, but we do not see that in the way in which the budget is presented. And this is not a problem about this budget. This budget and all the way through the past have been an issue because most of us don't get it. It's like the Washington Post. If you don't get it, you don't get it. Another thing important is this is an opportunity to be innovative. We understand that we want to have initiatives that are across the board, but those, if you have an initiative that is for everyone, then it doesn't help everyone. No, there's some initiatives that have to be done for particular groups, and I'm talking about recovery of learning loss, and I'm talking about emotional supports. You're 100% correct that you don't need psychologists. I'm a clinical psychologist. You don't need a psychologist to solve problems. Sometimes what students need the most are safe spaces where they can talk freely. HHS has a wonderful model that actually pays members of the community who are trained wellness individuals who provide tremendous amount of support, and they can identify those in more need who can be referred then to a psychologist, a therapist, etc. Last but not least, we know the commitment from Dr. McKnight and from the board in making MCPS a more culturally responsive system, particularly for the needs of Black and Brown students. We are beginning to work with Dr. McKnight's staff on proposals to the board, but we did not see money specifically allocated to help put these recommendations into practice. So we urge that we earmark some dollars to help MCPS next year to begin to do a better job at reaching out the most hard-to-reach populations, mainly Black and Brown. With that, I thank you once again for everything you do. You have my utmost respect, and stay the course. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Antonio Hernandez Cardoso.
Buenas tardes. Good evening, honored Board of Education members and Dr. McKnight. My name is Antonio Hernandez Cardoso. I am a parent of 4 children and a member of the Latino Student Achievement Action Group. I'm pleased to have this opportunity to share with you all our thoughts regarding the proposed operating budget for the fiscal year 2023 concerning the English for speakers of other languages, ESOL students. The population of ESOL students has been consistently growing in MCPS as new families join Montgomery County over the last several years. For example, looking at the MCPS demographic data, MCPS is the 14th largest public school district in the U.S. ESOL students have moved from 13% in 2011 to 17% of the total student population in 2021. Graduation rates for English learners have improved from 40.7% in 2017 to 55.9% in 2021. This information came from the Maryland report cards from MSDE. However, there is still a lot of work to do to reach the average graduation rate for all students of the county, which is 89.3%. We need to ensure that more supports are in place so that these new ESOL students can be engaged in schools and can experience academic success. According to the recent presentation to County Council just this school year, around 1,230 students entered MCPS from the Office of Refugee Resettlement. Also, over 2,183 students have entered MCPS at the International Admission Office. We must ensure that supports are in place for these students and families. Additionally, professional enhancement will be important for the teachers, administrators, and staff that work with students and family in schools. You can see the table situation update Montgomery County in my written testimony. Therefore, this is a call for action. Our data is telling us that we need to do more to support our ESOL students based on data that was shared this fall. We saw a decline in performance in literacy ranging from 20.6% to 47.5%, and a decline in performance in mathematics ranging from 2.8% to 29.9%. The graphics, literacy readiness, and mathematics readiness for students receiving ESOL services are included in my written testimony for your reference. We are happy to see in this proposed budget, that more ESOL teachers have been added. These staffing allocations are important resources to provide additional support to this population. However, here you have some specific programmatic requests to fulfill ESOL student needs. More teachers who are specially trained to teach and support the language development of ESOL students at every school, particularly more bilingual staff and instructional programs. More staffing is needed in math, science, social studies, and other classes to ensure that teachers can provide focused support aligned to grade level standards. Develop programs and staff to provide more effective, culturally appropriate inclusion and outreach to parents at every school with more than 30% immigrant population. Develop programs to provide ongoing wraparound services to unaccompanied minors. Establish MCPS goals and measures of success for unaccompanied minors and report these monthly. Require all principals and staff to be accountable for the success of these students in their schools, and prevent dropouts by monitoring and reporting rates quarterly. In closing, let's move from awareness to action. We must make sure that more of these ESOL students are able to access advanced courses, magnet programs, and be ready to attend college or enter the careers of their choice. They are counting on us. We look forward to hearing more about the study that will take place by the Center of Applied Linguistics to explore the changes in beliefs, decision-making, and practice to increase the performance of our ESOL students. We must close this opportunity and achievement gaps. If all our students are academically and emotionally well prepared, the future of our country will be better for all its residents. Thank you in advance. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Next is Whitaker Johnston.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, members of the board. My name is Whitaker Johnston. I'm a junior at Walter Johnson High School, oddly enough, and I speak to you today in hopes of persuading you to appropriate funds for additional elective classes in MCPS high school curriculum. MCPS is no doubt already a leading school district in the wide variety of class electives it offers. Classes range from political psychology all the way to comparative religion. However, we can do far more to prepare our students for tomorrow's America. Dell Technologies recently published a piece talking about the future of American workforce. One of the most prominent statistics that spoke to me is that 85% of the jobs that will exist in 2030 have not been yet created. With almost all these positions being in the tech field, it is more so than ever necessary to add additional funding towards our tech departments. As a student who has taken a technology course at MCPS, it is clear both the staff and student body is using outdated computer science education software. Additional funding would provide the tech curriculum with vital means to educate our students with not only what to learn, but how. I'd also like to take the time to acknowledge the LGBTQ history pilot class. In 2020, the board voted to add funding to a new program that would highlight the history and struggle of gay rights in America. 10 schools were selected to participate in the program, and in each one of the schools I have spoken to, the turnout was awe-inspiring. Our students deserve to learn about every aspect of American history that has shaped our future, and with this, I urge the board to make LGBTQIA class a countywide program and increase the funding towards tech curriculum at MCPS. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Donald Whitfield.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Donald Whitfield, and I'm here as an NAACP representative from the Virtual Academy online. Actually, I've been working with the school since the school started. The parents have been involved, and they got a PTA going now, or a parent-teacher council. So we're trying to raise funds to help out the staff, the teachers, and get more engagement for all the students virtually. So thank you very much for creating the Virtual Academy. And me being someone from a technology background, it's very exciting for me to see my son involved in learning from a virtual environment, but that is my true passion. I'm not an educator. I'm not here to tell you the best way to instruct the students, but I'm here to tell you that the equipment that is being used for the students needs to be augmented. It needs to be enhanced, and it's just not sufficient. So I've actually served in the military for 10 years. I've been in the private sector for about 20 years, and I do technology at the National Institutes of Standards and Technology, and I specialize in collaboration. So I have a lot of background in this. I often take what I've been tasked with recently is taking the practices that are conducted in a one-on-one environment or in-person environment and translating those to the virtual environment with all the technologies, no matter the platform. But one of the things I believe where we struggle with the students in the Virtual Academy is that they have a very high dependency on technology, right? And they're given the same equipment that's provided to the rest of the students. However, they're using that technology 100% of the time, right? And one of the biggest things that we can do to have a most impactful change, I believe, is providing them with larger monitors. And I don't know if you're familiar with the Chromebooks that's provided, but I brought one here today to show you my son's Chromebook, to show you, when I turn it on, the screen may look big or larger, but it does have a significant bezel around it when it comes on. So the children are expected to kind of look at their classmates, engage, read, scroll, and do a lot of significant portion of their work just on this alone, right? And in the virtual environment or in doing collaboration, we really need to get them some monitors. I brought this one here. I have a lot of technology at my house, but I brought this one here. This one, we had to dust it off because it's so old, but it still works. It actually, it's probably state of the art even by today's standards. But I assure you, the kids need some monitors, to be able to have a more engaging experience. I think it's similar to you go to a movie versus having something at home, right? The difference experience that you have, right? Now, one of the biggest challenges we have right now with the Virtual Academy is the transient nature of the academy, right? Kids enrolling and enrolling every semester, right? I know that you all work hard. All the administration here works hard. And with that transient nature, it's just not that feasible to supply additional equipment because the schools control that equipment right now, right? However, for our parents that are willing to make the one-year commitment to the academy, right, I believe that they're committed to the Virtual Academy, as I have seen everyone here express that they're committed to growing that program, making it more permanent, and establishing it as a long-term way of learning, that those students that commit to that one-year obligation should be provided an additional monitor. And there's no money, specifically allocated in the budget because of the technology. But as this school is starting up, we really need some technology for the teachers so they can have these virtual whiteboards where they can interact with the students at home and touch screens. So, like I said, my expertise is in technology. I'm willing to get in there and help out. I can go to my industry partners and, collaborate with the schools. And I'm sure they're willing to help bring in people, to make this successful. So thank you very much for your time this evening. And thank you.
Thank you. Next is Shaquila Baker Yaboa. Please play the audio.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Shaquila Baker Yaboa, and I am here to represent the concerns of the NAACP Parent Council in the Whitman cluster. To my first point on the need for equitable allocation of resources in the budget, I'm not seeing where the proposed 2023 operating budget equitably allocates and prioritizes funds to address students with learning disruptions, students with skill gaps, and students that continue to fall behind due to COVID conditions and systematic racism, illustrated with the ongoing anti-racist audit for Montgomery County Schools. Also, I'm not seeing where the proposed 2023 operating budget equitably allocates and prioritizes funds for social and emotional support, which is needed for students due to COVID, and funds needed for accommodations for students with individualized education plans, IEPs. We also would like the budget to clarify details on how the ESSER funds will be expanded and itemized when positions are added and removed. So there are needs for that regarding the budget. On the second point, there is a need for more investment in the cluster. We, the Whitman Cluster of NAACP Parent Council representatives, continue to meet with Whitman Cluster principals to help our children navigate racial injustices experienced on school grounds, whether it's in the classroom or other, and to reduce disruptions in their learning and achievements. Allocations of teacher resources based on student headcount inadequately provide funds to schools in the Whitman Cluster. So we ask that the allocation formula of the Whitman Cluster be made explicit and that the budget allocations be tracked against performance and the trajectory of achievement of the goals stated in the strategic plan. Board members, we want to see what is being spent towards changing the achievement gap as our Black and brown children are included in the Whitman Cluster. Thank you for your time.
At this time, we're going to take questions from my board members. I want to say I appreciate all of the associations and organizations that came to speak tonight. You've raised some very interesting points, particularly because I'd never really considered the equipment at the virtual academy might really need to be different. I don't know what that means or what that would mean in terms of budget, but I think it's something that we definitely should at least begin the conversation about. I also want to speak, as my fellow board members did, about the budget layout. Every year we have this discussion about simplifying it, and it's not quite as easy as it sounds, but I can say that they are working on it because we are trying to figure out how much we spend for a particular thing and tie that to the strategic plan. So we do hear you, and we are considering it. I know that Dr. Dawson has assured me that this is one of her priorities. I'm going to go to Dr. Daka first.
Well, now that you brought the budget up, I've been here a long time and I've seen a lot of things with the budget. And I remember that the state had certain requirements for information that they wanted from the schools, which wasn't the same as the report we were putting out. So staff had to make mix and matches in order to comply with the state regulations and to comply with the federal ones. So all that means I'm really glad that they're looking into a way to make it more usable and simpler for parents so that you wouldn't have somebody like Dr. Yeboah saying, I want to know where this money is going specifically for the anti-racist audit and for the kids that are disproportionately affected by mitigation and other factors. So thank you for commenting on that. And the technology question was very interesting.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Ms. Harris next.
Yeah, I would also like to thank Mr. Whitfield for highlighting the issues. As Ms. Wolf said, you're absolutely right that I hadn't really thought through the unique tech needs of our students and teachers in our virtual academy. And I think that also builds into something that Mr. Johnston from MCR talked about in echoing some of the comment that I've heard from students for a while now about the need for us to reimagine. So we have a tech credit requirement for graduation. It's a state requirement. But that doesn't mean that we can't evolve the course and make it more appropriate to the 21st century. And I think now that we've all gone through so many years now of real involving and development of our virtual learning capacity, it's a really good time for us to, working alongside our students, look at ways to actually improve and enhance and and grow the tech offerings that we provide. I'm not sure how that, we can look at that when we're looking at FTEs and staff allocations in schools, but I think that gets to also more reimagining the actual curriculum. And I did also appreciate Mr. Johnston's comment about expanding the LGBTQ elective. And I know we do have in the pipeline professional development funding to bring more teachers in the pipeline to be able to teach that class. So I visited students in those classes, and the work is truly amazing.
Ms. Mandrowski.
Yep, thank you. I want to thank all of our speakers as well. Could, for follow-ups, could we get a breakdown of the fiscal note attached with the comments of MCAP, the request from MCAP, I should say? So the 3 more directors to support schools, 1 full-time testing coordinator at each school. I'm not currently sure of how many we have at how many schools. And the 1 more consulting principal, because we have had a lot of turnover recently. And I would imagine, as we continue to grow, I want to reiterate the fact that, this budget needs to be broken down a little bit better, and showing where the ESSA funds are being spent. I think it's going to be very critical as we move forward with decision makings. I appreciated the discussion about more support for communication with hard-to-reach communities. I'm not 100% sure, Dr. McKnight, what that looks like. I don't know if that's a communications department issue or more student and family engagements, but looking into what the cost would be to kind of help support some of that. And as far as the virtual academy goes, obviously it seems like we all so far would agree. I was thinking perhaps we could connect Ms. Cara Kemptramp and Octo with Mr. Whitfield, since he does have some good suggestions and insight, and if he wouldn't mind leaving his contact information, that'd be helpful. And then the last thing I'd like us to look at is, we're always talking about trying to hire more bilingual staff members. I know how hard, we talk all the time. There's a national teacher shortage. I would like us to look into offering free language classes to any and all of our staff, and perhaps what might be involved with offering a bonus or some sort of pay increase for anyone who participates in it, or, adds that to their what they have. If that's something that's possible, I don't know, but it just kind of goes back to the growing our own, and it might be something that people are interested in, it might not be, but I just figured we could put it out there. Thank you.
Ms. Silvestri.
Thank you. Because family engagement was brought up tonight, I wanted to remind my colleagues that in previous budgets, we have funded some money for an organization called AIM to do some work in the community and to learn some best practices that we can then expand countywide. And so I'm curious to find out, maybe we can talk about this in our work session, what came of that contract, what did we learn, what plans do we have for expanding that in the district. Also, we had put in the budget, when Derek Turner was still with us, money to hire education promoters, following the health promoter model nationwide, which is an evidence-based model, to hire community members that would be trained on MCPS initiatives and programs and would go out into in their own networks, in their own communities. I always refer to it as the ladies at the bus stop that are sharing information and bringing things from central office to neighborhoods, to communities, to schools. And so that was already in the budget and approved several years ago. Then the pandemic hit, and that program we were not able to execute that program, but that money was reallocated for some things like the Spanish language radio show in Radio America. So I just bring all this up to say that we have a lot of learning that we have been putting together around family engagement. And of course, there's ongoing work with the Black and Brown Coalition. But as they have brought up, that we're not seeing in that reflected in the budget, or maybe we are going to see it. Maybe it wasn't obvious to me when I first looked at it, but I'd love to have that conversation with you when we get to that chapter in the work session. I'm looking at the presentation from the work session, and again, where is ESSER? So again, the first session was pretty dense in terms of the state of the budget, but maybe we can touch that again because there's so much interest in how does the ESSER funding fit into the larger picture of our current year budget and our budget for the upcoming fiscal year. And finally, to Mr. Hernandez Cardoza about bilingual staff, hiring more bilingual staff. I have asked multiple times for our HR department, thank you, Dr. Nixon, for the data, but if you could make public the data that you shared with me in October in terms of the number of bilingual front office staff, because that's often a high priority for our families in our schools. You already mined that data for us, and so if you could share that with the public, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Ms. Evans, do you have any questions, comments?
Sure. I didn't know Dr. McKnight had something that she wanted. Okay, sure. You know what? My colleagues have touched on everything. I think it's such, we benefit so well when our community is so actively engaged and they go through our budget. So I just appreciate everybody that came here tonight. I see so many familiar faces from prior to me being on the board. Ms. Silvestre, she brought up some really good information about what we were trying to do during the pandemic in regards to AIM. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe AIM is working this year with Wheaton Woods Elementary School and trying to help their parents advocate to be able to go through our budget, to be able to come here and give testimony, because as so many have mentioned, I think Mr. Johns talked about, you know, we will start to see more people coming out tonight, and we've seen the Black and Brown Coalition bring families to come and talk about their challenges that their children are facing. And so AIM has done some really great work in our community, and we saw that with Burnt Mills Elementary School and with
South Lake.
Dr. King, South Lake Elementary School as well. So I'm glad to see that they are continuing to help our families. And as it was stated, because some of you have been before so many times, our budget, the criticism is not just of this particular year, but just in previous years. And so I do know that we've talked about, and it's going to be worked on to change it so it's more palatable and that our families can dive deeper and see the work that's being done in the system. Because there's some good stuff going on, but you can't always find that in our information. But, you know, we'll always work to get better. But just again, thank you all for coming tonight and speaking and letting us know that you're holding us accountable and you're looking and you're paying attention.
Thank you. Dr. Joftis?
Thank you. Again, thank you to everybody. I did want to just highlight kind of a theme that I sort of heard across from Mr. Johns, Mr. Uruburu, Mr. Hernandez Cardoza, and then Ms. Baker Yaboa, which is, I think, more than ever this year, I think it's going to be really important to show what sort of the through line is towards recovery. And that includes academics, it includes the language piece, and it certainly includes the mental health and social emotional learning that the students spoke so eloquently about. So I do think, Dr. McKnight and I have already spoken about this, but I do think it's really important to sort of highlight how this is different. It is a different year, and it's hopefully coming out of the pandemic, and highlighting that in the budget I think will be really important. So thank you for bringing that to our attention.
Ms. O'Looney.
Dr. McKnight, did you want to say something? Okay. I really wanted to thank Mr. Whitfield for your comments. I don't think the virtual academy and its students and its teachers and administrators are a group that we hear from often at this board table. So I think your perspective is really appreciated. The virtual academy in particular was a program we talked about at our last work session, and I was clear about the fact that I don't think that the way our budget is right now that we have adequate funding for what I think we've heard from our community is the resource material need that this program needs to function well, and also from my interactions with students in our communities and continuous requests I get from students who are on the wait list and are told that there's not enough capacity in the program for them to be able to learn in a way that's best for them. I really don't think that we can continue with this program in its current capacity with its current resources. So that's a conversation that I'm looking forward to continuing with this board. I really think that this virtual academy is really, really innovative work that this school system is doing. And so I think that there's a lot of potential also to partner with community partners, as Mr. Whitfield mentioned, and look for grant money. There's a lot of opportunity here, and I don't think the money and the funding all has to come from the school system and our limited budget, considering the nature of the work that we're doing, especially considering and this is something we discussed at our last work session, who is enrolled in this virtual academy. Many of these students are students who are working part-time or full-time, and that's why they need to enroll in a virtual option, or they're immunocompromised and they can't come to in-person school. I mean, these are students that I think everyone, we really need to be thinking about how we can serve better, and I think are often overlooked by our system. So looking forward to continuing that conversation about our virtual academy. The other thing I want to say is about Mr. Johnston from Walter Johnson's comments about our course offerings. I remember this board approving an expansion of our LGBTQ plus history course for all high schools in the county. I don't know if there's someone here who can speak to that. Ms. Rubens?
Thank you, Seth. Yes, that's correct.
So next year, 2022 to 2023, it will be an elective available at all 25 high schools.
At all high schools, yes.
Great, thank you. Hopefully Mr. Johnson was listening to that answer. Appreciate it, thank you.
Dr. McKnight.
Thank you so much. I just want to begin by saying I've heard loud and clear. This is the first year we've had 2 streams of income, I would say, that really does require a lot of coordination. And so as I listen and I hear this conversation tonight, yes, we did a presentation on the ESSER dollars and how we're spending it, but I actually think it's going to be very important for us to bring back the 2 side by side so that we see one is complementing or supporting the other. So I thank you for all the comments that have been made tonight, because I think that's very important for everyone just to see the coherence between the 2. And to that point, I appreciate the comments that were made about community engagement. Is that still a priority? Absolutely. It is still a priority, and as we go into the chapters in the budget, we can talk more specifically about that. The reason that's a necessity, I don't even actually see it as an option for us, is because we've learned so much during the pandemic that it does not work for us to traditionally hire everyone in a position to actually do the community outreach when we have people who are already credible messengers in our community who can do that work. And so many different ways it benefits the school system to set up that partnership and be able to support those organizations and work alongside those organizations, so that, again, we're not working in isolation, but that truly is about how does the community support the school system. And so I look forward to us continuing to have those discussions. My commitment still stands, and we actually cannot do this work without making sure that continues to be prioritized in the budget. So I look forward to us being able to speak more specifically about that. And then I also wanted to comment on how it's going to be really important to build on perspective of a lot of things that we're doing new this year. And like, for instance, the virtual academy. This is our first time going through the virtual academy, right? And we are determining what is going to be a really important investment and what do we need. And so I so appreciate the comments that come in from our students and our parents about that, because we know what we're planning for on this end, but once you go through that experience, and I got to tell you the analogy about the screen, for someone who's recently wearing glasses and a number of other things, it is true. And we have to think about all of those pieces as we think about the amount of screen time that students are having. And so please continue to let us know that, so that we are all learning and making those adjustments as we begin to implement those programs. And these hearings are for the purpose of hearing if there are adjustments that need to be made in the budget, so that we can actually have those conversations. Earlier, I neglected to mention this then, but I mean, as the students were talking about their meals, again, innovation Do we need to bring in a chef, a consultant to really come in and say, how do we provide meals in a very extraordinary way for such a diverse community? And what does that look like? Surely someone's done that somewhere, and really trying to, again, say, how do our programs marry up with an opportunity to do better? So I just say these hearings and the comments are really important, especially for the things that we have been talking about for a long time that we really need to change now and can change, but also for the purpose of really evaluating things that we're doing for the first time and learning from them and making the adjustments right when we can to benefit what we're planning for in the future. So I just wanted to make those comments overall, and thank everyone for everything that you've said and brought forth for us to consider.
I think I remember asking for an update on blueprint funds to come into the board meetings. I don't know that I said every board meeting. I think I did, and actually once a month probably would be better. But I think we also need to add a report on ESSER funds, because our community is very interested in how we're spending the money, and we need to be as transparent as possible. Ms. Mandrowski, and I'm going to ask you.
This is just quick. I just wanted to say how excited I am also that there's a PTA for the Virtual Academy. I did not know this, and I am very excited about it, so thank you.
Okay, thank you. Oh, Dr. Daka, go ahead.
My cursor. Okay. I just wanted to add to what Ms. Mondrowski said a while back about teaching our staff English. And I wanted to say kudos to our service employees organization. They have done that for a number of years. I don't know whether they're still doing it, but they saw the importance of it because of their diverse staff.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Leslie Bozier. Please play the video.
Good evening, I'm Leslie Boissiere, and I'm here to represent the concerns of NAACP Parents Council in the Einstein Cluster and the Black and Brown Coalition. Let me begin by saying I believe the ultimate expression of equity in an organization is its budget. How resources are allocated clearly articulates how committed an organization is to equity. And it's with that in mind that I offer you these thoughts. I'm not seeing where the proposed 2023 operating budget allocates and prioritizes funds in a way that is equitable to address students with the greatest impacts for recovery, those who have learning losses and skills gaps related to COVID. We need emotional support to address the trauma students are experiencing due to COVID. Our students are extraordinarily resilient, but the mental health challenges have been exacerbated by a 2-year and ongoing pandemic. Additional resources are needed to be made available to address this challenge and ensure healthy, vibrant students who can succeed in school, work, and life. We need resources and accommodations for forums and ESOL students, for students with IEPs, and other learning differences that are addressed through 504 accommodations. Allocation of resources should be equitable and based on the specific needs of each school so that every school has sufficient resources to meet their students' needs. And so teachers aren't forced to improvise with Band-Aid approaches. We need resources allocated in such a way that there's consistency in how schools throughout the MCPS system address the needs of their students. We would also like the budget to clearly identify details on how the ESSR funds will be expended, to clearly itemize where positions are added, in which schools and which offices, and when they're removed, rather than just net positions. We need more investment in the Einstein Cluster, where there's a larger number of high-need students. Equitable allocation of resources has to consider the specific needs of each school and the students that they serve. Allocating teachers and resources based on student headcount doesn't take into that specific. This approach inadequately provides funds to schools in the Einstein Cluster, where a larger number of students have high needs compared to other schools. Zip code should not be a determinant of success. We would like to see the budget allocations be tracked against performance and achievement goals that are stated in the strategic plan. And we would like to see greater transparency in the budget. We ask that the allocation formula for the Einstein Cluster be made explicit so that we can better partner with you in helping inform decisions based on our deep knowledge of our schools and our students. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this evening, and thank you for your continued leadership.
Next is Rayvon Johnson. Please play the video.
Good evening, Dr. McKnight, President Wolf, and Board of Education members. I'm Rayvon Johnson, and I'm representing Seneca Valley High School, and I'm here to support the concerns of the NAACP Parent Council and the Black and Brown Coalition. First, we would like to thank the board for the modernized building that was open to our students in the fall. We were excited to host tours last summer, which allowed us to share this major milestone with the whole community. So thank you for all that you've done for us thus far. However, the new building is not where our journey ends. When I last spoke before this board, it was during the 2019 boundary debate. At that time, I told you that in order for Seneca Valley to fully restore its reputation and regain the respect that it once had as the flagship high school in the Upcounty, we would require a balance of high-quality academics along with the school's newly expanded CTE course offerings. Now, creating this academic balance is still a work in progress, but it is work that is extremely important because data has shown that quite often Black and Brown students do not have access to the most rigorous curriculum offerings, and we don't want this to happen at Seneca Valley. We want our kids to have a variety of academic and vocational options within the walls of the new building. Now, things have been further complicated by the educational damage caused by COVID. Like most schools, the pandemic has also created a learning loss problem at Seneca Valley, a school that still has a high minority count, along with a high farms, a high ESOL, and a high special education rate. And we all know that these are the categories of students who have been impacted the most by the pandemic. And because they have fallen behind in learning, they will need an accelerated learning strategy in order to fill the skills gap that has formed. Now, the school newspaper is the voice of our students. In the latest issue of the newspaper, students shared their perspectives on the new building. Since I don't have time to read portions of these articles, I strongly recommend that you take the time to read some of these articles for yourself. Read the article Seneca 2.0, Good or Bad, Trouble in the Hallways, and Elevators Out of Service. In these articles, students write about the positive and negative side to attending classes in the largest school in the state. And in most cases, if they identified a problem, they also gave you a solution. I want to commend the parents in the Seneca Valley community for their involvement and support. Parents have really stepped up for our kids through organizations like the PTSA, the Boosters, the African American Parent Council, our new Special Education Committee, and our new Dads on Duty program. Parents are showing students and staff that we truly care and that we stand with them. Seneca Valley fathers are forming Dads on Duty to help students during the school day and to help support the school overall. This pilot program is still being developed, but if the program is successful, and we believe that it will be, then it could become a model for other MCPS schools. So, Rayvon, what does all of this have to do with the budget? Well, it has everything to do with the budget because our major concern is the lack of transparency in the budget numbers. We see large dollar amounts, but we don't know how these dollars will be allocated to assist with the issues that our students still face. We are not clear on how the proposed 2023 operating budget will help high school students who have fallen behind. There's no link to the strategic plan. How will MCPS address the trauma that students are experiencing due to COVID? How will MCPS support the social emotional trauma that occurs when students receive fictitious bomb threats twice in the same week, or when they are forced into lockdown multiple times in a very short window of time? This is what Seneca Valley students and staff faced in the fall. And although our community rose to the occasion and continued the process of educating and learning, there was still an emotional weight being carried by our students and staff. How will 2023 dollars be spent on security for the largest building in the state? This is 4 floors of real estate and twice as many students to be protected. We want to ensure that our students are academically prepared for the future, but at the same time, we want them to feel safe doing it. So in closing, We realize that COVID is your primary focus, and it should be. But we respectfully ask that you not forget that there is still more work to be done for the Seneca Valley community. I thank you again for the new building and for your consideration of these views.
Next is Leon Peace. Please play the video.
I'm Leon Peace, and I'm here to represent the concerns of the NAACP Parents Council at Wheaton High School and the Black and Brown Coalition. First, with respect to the equitable allocation of resources in the budget, I would like to propose 2023 operating budget to address recruitment and retention of teachers in sorely needed areas. With respect to special education, I understand that there's great difficulty in filling available positions. I suggest use of additional incentives in order to recruit and retain qualified teachers. For example, offering enhanced student loan forgiveness starting in the first year of service, rather than after 5 years of services, would allow recent graduates with certification in more than one area to be encouraged to give more serious consideration to taking those jobs. Second, for substitute teachers, I believe offering the incentive of benefits such as health insurance would attract a wider pool of teachers to fill growing needs in all areas. Now, I recognize the difficulties faced in finding teachers to address the wide spectrum of student needs and skills gaps impacted by COVID. Nevertheless, I believe this would help the budget to fulfill the goal of allocating and prioritizing funds to address students with the greatest needs, to accelerate their learning. I look forward to working with you to address these concerns. Thank you.
Next is Marie Ford. Please play the video.
Good evening. My name is Marie Ford, and I'm here to represent concerns of the NAACP Parents Council and the Black and Brown Coalition, my 7th grade daughter at Neilsville Middle School, and all Black and Brown parents and students in the Watkins-Mill cluster. My fellow members of the NAACP Parents Council have provided many detailed statistics and scenarios that support our concerns with the proposed budget. Upon careful study and review of the proposed budget, the general consensus is that there are no details to show how the budget will be used equitably in recovery. There is no budget schedule to show what the line items mean. There is no clarity. The budget does not show how the work is aligned to the values that are priorities. The budget is not prioritized in plain language. There is no transparency or a means of accountability. How do we take the budget and apply it towards measurable achievement? I myself was a MCPS student. My 2 adult children were MCPS students, and my youngest child is approaching 2nd semester of the 7th grade with MCPS. Unfortunately, the slow or lack of response to students affected by hostile environments has caused me to make a drastic decision to remove my daughter not only from Neilsville Middle School, but also from the county. My daughter is a straight A student and has maintained all A's for the past 5 years. She has a passionate love of learning, and she is the SGA vice president at her school. When I send my daughter to school, the least I expect is for her to be in a safe environment that allows her the opportunity to receive instruction. Her learning environment is not safe, and the teachers are not receiving the support they need to provide adequate instruction. My daughter comes home daily expressing challenges that no student should have to face. On numerous occasions, my daughter has had to leave her seat in one class in particular, and place her ear to the Promethean board in order to hear the instructional video that's required for her assignments because her classmates are disruptive and not participating. In another class, a repetitive group of students have reoccurring physical altercations. The teacher of this particular class once left the room during one of the altercations, stood outside of the classroom door, and waited for the bell to ring rather than intervene or seek help from security. When she comes home from school, she has no choice but to email teachers to request resources to complete her work because classroom instruction could not be provided as a result of hostile behavior in the classroom. My daughter is not receiving an adequate education simply due to the lack of resources necessary to support the teachers and the rest of the staff with their current challenges. Neelsville is located in a residential community with several single-family homes within 2 blocks, yet there are no walkers. All students are bused in from surrounding communities, which contributes to the unbalanced demographics. Neelsville has a strong principal and very good teachers, but the lack of support for these educators presents a high risk that I'm not willing to take. It saddens me to leave my home county, but my daughter's education and safety is my top priority. Thank you.
Next is Daphne P.
Hello, my name is Daphne P. I am a parent of 2 Forest Knolls elementary students and a member of the NAACP Parents Council in the Northwood Cluster and the Black and Brown Coalition. I want to reiterate that along with a line budget, MCPS must provide us with a transparent, coordinated strategy that includes measurable targets and timeframes to address the issues presented in the 2019 report by ERS and the strategic plan. This strategy should delineate how budget line items will be used to ensure that 1. Higher need schools receive experienced and effective principals and teachers. 2. Students who are the most behind are given the increased learning time to gain skills to conquer more rigorous coursework. And 3. All principals, teachers, and staff obtain cultural competency so they can pass on to their students acceptance, inclusivity, equity, and justice. At Forest Knolls Elementary School, the school has implemented a number of whole child efforts to support student learning, including different reading interventions, a well-being team, social emotional learning lessons, and even a virtual tutoring program that was created and staffed by our teachers. But COVID has had an immense effect on our community. Along with significant learning loss, lost socializing opportunities resulted in students being socially and emotionally immature. One teacher told me that this combination yields, a quote, a student who is ill-prepared to learn new concepts or to try to catch up to their peers, end quote. She further states, quote, I fear with no place in the current curriculum and no defined plan from the county, these children will be left behind. We need to recoup, revise, and recover if we plan to reach this population of students, end quote. Although Forest Knolls is not a Title I school, it isn't far from it. Given the achievement challenges that we face, ensuring that schools like ours also receive math content coaches, Spanish liaisons, or more academic intervention teachers would be greatly beneficial to our struggling learners. Over the years, Forest Knolls has gone from 2.5 to 1 intervention teacher. Practical changes like allowing more staffing positions for specialists at diverse schools that don't qualify for Title I schools and creating a recovery plan for students significantly affected by COVID-related learning loss are just 2 examples of how MCPS can address the issues presented in the 2019 report by ERS and the strategic plan. I graduated from Richard Montgomery in 1995. Despite all of the amazing efforts taken by the central office, principals, and teachers since that time, the opportunities and outcomes of Black and Latino students don't look much different than when I attended school. Please require staff to make explicit the rules, processes, policies, staff allocations, and funding reallocations that will result in excellence for all of our students. The last thing I want is for my kids to be here testifying in 30 years because we still haven't taken the necessary steps. Thank you for your time.
Next is Calandra Moore.
Hello, my name is Calandra Tate Moore, and I'm the parent of a current MCPS 4th grade Chinese immersion student and an incoming kindergartner. So I will be here a long while. But really, although I have a long time to go within MCPS, It's time that I truly look forward to, and in particular, to engage with you on issues such as these. I am an active member in my school PTA, and I am here today representing the concerns of the NAACP Parents Council as the Churchill, Poolesville, Richard Montgomery, Rockville, and Wooten cluster representative in the Black and Brown Coalition. As you consider the 2023 operating budget for MCPS, I'd like to express a few areas I would like you to give extra time and consideration during your deliberations. I need to know that the budget equitably allocates and prioritizes funds to address students with the greatest impact for recovery, accelerates learning to fill the skills gaps of students who have fallen behind, provides robust social emotional support to address the trauma of students that they are experiencing during COVID, delivers accommodations for farms, ESOL, and IEP students, and remedies other areas that in the interest of time I have listed out in my written statement. We need more intentional investment within clusters to allocate teachers and resources effectively and not just based on student head count, as it inadequately provides funds to schools where students' needs are greater than average. Pay attention to specialty programs within schools, such as language immersion. Is the level of funding there to have true growth and fully optimized potential obtained for these programs? I ask that the allocation formula be made explicit and the budget allocations be tracked against the performance and the trajectory of achievement for the goals stated in the strategic plan. Questions for the board to ask MCPS. Can we show the details? Let us see the work, how accountability will be attained. What are the metrics? How will we know that the specific needs and concerns will be addressed? We need well-crafted and planned measurement to budgeted items to the overall strategic plan, specifically in areas pertinent to closing the achievement and opportunity gaps. Don't just say we're going to do it and have measured evidence that we do it well. I thank you for your time, I thank you for your work, and I thank you for your commitment during these unparalleled, swiftly changing, and extremely consequential times. Thank you.
At this time, I'm going to take board questions. Please turn your light on if you have a question. I would like to ask MCPS if they could go to Neelsville and see if there is additional support that is needed. And I would really like to know. I'm not saying that there is a problem. I don't know, but there's been questions raised, and I think somebody needs to go over there and have a look at what's going on and see if there's additional support that's needed. Thank you. I'm going to start with, would you turn your light on if you want to speak? I know everybody can't turn it on. Okay. Ms. Harris?
Yes, it's coming, I think, through very loud and clear that families really want to see a level of transparency in the budget that lets them see that resources are being equitably allocated based on the unique needs of unique communities in our schools, and that they want to see allocations tracked against performance and outcomes. And I think one of the things that I'm hearing as well is it's very, and I agree, it's very hard to look at the budget and see that at any individual school with its very unique population of families and students, that particular staffing allocations at that school are truly reflective of the needs of that unique community. And I know that there are some ways that we staff schools that are formula driven, but others that allow autonomy and school-based individuation, and the school administrators have some control over the staffing allocations that they request and how they allocate their staffs. But I do agree, if there's a way that we can provide more transparency in our budget documents, school to school, so we can see that parents can look and advocates can look and see that the ESOL student population at a school is in fact matched with an appropriate ESOL counselor, appropriate ESOL staffs, appropriate language competent and culturally competent people, personnel workers, and parent community coordinators. I think that would go a ways to helping us all collectively do the work of ensuring that we're supporting every student. And it, you know, I know it's a thick, dense document, but I think it's coming through quite clearly that just the way we present some of this information can really help us have better conversations.
Ms. Silvestri.
Thank you. I've heard also two things, how the budget aligns to the strategic plan and vice versa, and also this issue of headcount, not allocating funds for every student when we know that different students come with different needs. And correct me if I'm wrong, was it last budget or this budget when we talked about doing just that? Allocating funds based on student need, not just across the board. And so where would families find how we're doing that in this or last budget? I'm not remembering which one.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Silvestri. We actually talked about that last year when we were identifying the fact that because the need has been so significant as a result of COVID-19, we can't just talk about the numbers because the need's more intensive. And so we framed it around what are the high priority areas of need that we would focus on. So that was the frame that we used. In terms of getting to the specifics of what does that need look like school by school, we would have to shift exactly how we're showing that in the budget. But again, I heard the feedback, and I think if it's something that we need to work with our budget on in terms of understanding what that looks like school by school.
But if I remember correctly, last year we did that work through our community schools. The investment, the investment in need was investment in community schools. Am I remembering that correctly?
We're talking about organization of that now, so I will direct that to our budget team in terms of structure of it. Can you all address that one?
Maybe we can talk about that in the work session, Dr. McKnight?
Yeah, we can bring it back. We can bring it back and really kind of do a comparison to figure out what, if any way, we've structured it differently last year from this year, just to
yeah. And again, if it was important last year, where is it in this year's budget?
Right. That I know we will be getting down to the specifics in terms of the needs.
And around the strategic plan and where the money is to support the initiatives of the strategic plan, we had a planning committee meeting today with the staff about just that. And so the board identified the what we want the system to do, the strategies, the staff have put in the strategies, that's the how. And now they are asking each office to say what's working in your strategies and what funding you are allocating to those strategies. So we heard you loud and clear. You can't have a strategic plan without accountability and resource allocation. And that is something that the staff reported to me today in our planning meeting, that is in the works. So I just wanted to communicate that to the public because you brought up that issue today. Thank you.
Dr. Daka, you don't have a light, but do you have anything you would like to ask or contribute at this point?
No, at this time, I don't.
Okay, thank you. I'm not seeing any other lights at this time, so we will take a 15-minute recess and return at 8:15. Thank you. Welcome back. We're going to continue. Next up is Nicholas Bassey.
Good evening. I'm Nicholas Bassey, Paint Branch Cluster Coordinator and proud Cloverly Elementary parent. This testimony was crafted in consultation with leaders from Burtonsville, Cloverly, Fairland, Galway, Greencastle, and William Tyler Page Elementary Schools, Benjamin Banneker and Briggs Cheney Middle Schools, and Paint Branch High School. We are proud of our fast-growing and increasingly diverse part of the county, and we're grateful for your recent capital investments serving approximately 7,700 students across our 9 schools. Our cluster has two central priorities for this budget cycle. First, ensuring the physical and emotional safety of our students, and second, securing the resources and support needed to recruit and retain high-performing teachers and other staff. There was consensus at our recent cluster meeting that with hundreds of students per school, or thousands in the case of Paint Branch, current mental health support is inadequate. It is clear from the increasing conflict in schools across the country that student needs have only increased as the pandemic continues. We need mental health personnel to proactively address the issues our students face. Greencastle Elementary's 2 counselors, for example, serve 730 students. This far eclipses the American School Counselor Association's recommended 250-to-1 ratio. Further, their sole school psychologist visits only once per week because she works across 3 schools. She can only focus on tasks like testing for, creating, monitoring, and meeting about IEPs, rather than addressing the student body's wider social, emotional needs. This reality is unfortunately not unique to Greencastle. From a physical safety perspective, I was quite surprised to learn that even on this grim 9th anniversary of the Sandy Hook shootings, that our elementary schools have no dedicated security. To be clear, we're not requesting a police presence in our elementary schools. Rather, we request full-time security professionals to monitor school cameras, manage morning and afternoon traffic jams, especially made worse by bus driver shortages, de-escalate traffic-related conflicts, and deter unwelcome visitors. The urgency around security after Sandy Hook has waned, and we are understaffed and vulnerable as a result. Despite our amazing staff, current shortages negatively impact our ability to achieve the MCPS mission and vision. Scores of positions remain unfilled. Even if all vacancies were filled, we will still need more school psychologists, instructional specialists, and paraeducators. We know that staffing shortages are impacting school systems across the country. It is clear, however, that MCPS must prioritize attracting and retaining top talent that will otherwise go elsewhere. It is also clear that these needs are not new. I've reviewed testimony from prior years to find similar staffing requests have been made by the Paint Branch cluster since at least 2016. We thank you in advance for addressing these historical issues. We also advocate for support beyond the teachers assigned to specific in-classroom roles. We request math coaches to assist students who fall behind and provide more challenging assignments for students who excel. We request speech therapists to assist students with identified special needs and those with similar issues elsewhere in the student body. We request literacy coaches to assist ESOL and other students to gain greater proficiency in English and language arts. In addition to these core themes, each of our schools also has unique priorities. Burtonsville prioritizes hiring a part-time music teacher and adding a full-time counselor, bringing them to 2 full-time counselors. Cloverly focuses on hiring additional staff development teachers and reading specialists to support classroom teachers. Fairland prioritizes filling multiple vacancies, including part-time music teacher, counselors, special education teachers, and a building service manager. Galway prioritizes filling multiple vacancies and finding a permanent solution to the communications dead zones on the bottom floor of their school, which prevent the use of 2-way radios and cell phones. This is a clear safety concern. Greencastle prioritizes securing mental health professionals adequate for the well-being of all of their students. Page Elementary prioritizes securing support for their 250 language immersion students. MCPS did not allocate any additional staffing when this program was approved. Banneker prioritizes securing additional counselors and filling their assistant principal, special education paraeducator, and learning for independence vacancies. Briggs Cheney prioritizes securing a level of building support services appropriate for their nearly 1,000 students, not just the square footage of the school based on MCPS formula. We recognize the financial constraints that you face in allocating the operating budget. Despite these constraints, we urge you to allocate an appropriate share to the Paint Branch cluster's critical needs as outlined in this testimony. Thank you as always for your time, attention, and partnership.
Thank you. Next up is Henri St. Gerard.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Henri St. Gerard, and I am a father of 3 students, MCPS schools, 2 at Greenwood Elementary and 1 at Rosa Parks Middle School. I want to focus my comments tonight to tell MCPS that no matter what the final budget, attention needs to be made on efficiently using funds for maximum impact. Like other clusters throughout the county, the Sherwood cluster has both programmatic and staffing needs to support its students and schools, specifically support in response to COVID and to our marginalized communities are incredibly important to make up for the learning loss, along with provide social and emotional support to our students. This recommended budget rightfully dedicates funds for staff development, teachers, and reading specialists at every school. I would also like to see MCPS reevaluate its resources for school counselors and health professionals to ensure that the 250 to 1 student ratio is adequate, and if there is a need to have more licensed professionals at our schools to help our students. I do not pretend to know every aspect of the social stresses and emotional needs that our kids are facing, but I do know from a mental health perspective, the last 2 years have taken a toll on many of our students, and we need to make sure that they have the support of licensed and/or certified professionals at our schools. The recommended budget also includes one-time spending from ESSER funds. While ESSER funding is not part of the development of the FY23 operating budget, I believe it is worthwhile for MCPS to consider long-term planning for some of the categories where the funding are being spent. Specifically, funding for digital learning and summer school programs are vital to the success of our students as we progress and adjust through COVID. The success of the Virtual Academy is a program MCPS should study and look at expanding as a standalone or supplemental option. Additionally, summer school programs will help students catch up, progress, or advance as they navigate through the school system. Overall, there should be some creative thinking in continuing these programs beyond ESSER funding and transitioning these activities into the operating budget. Finally, I heard a lot of discussion by MCPS on agile and strategic hiring to address our teacher and staff shortages throughout the system. While I praise the creative thinking behind ways to hire and bring on the best teachers and staff to our school system, I'd also like to see that same sort of thinking to address and adapt to how we operate our schools and educate our children. I'm speaking directly to the idea and notion of MCPS doing a better job of adapting to potential closures and planning on operating our schools during unexpected COVID outbreaks or other circumstances. Students and parents cannot be left stranded and in limbo due to poor planning, the inability to adjust, adapt, or inconsistent guidance from MCPS. A communication plan is not enough. MCPS should think about how we can also address these issues and fund it accordingly in the operating budget. Even a minor adjustment to the upcoming budget will go a long way to addressing this issue. I want to thank the board tonight for offering me this platform to speak on behalf of the Sherwood Cluster, its parents, teachers, and staff. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Yvonne Van Lowe. Please play the audio.
My name is Yvonne Van Lowe, and I chair the MCCPTA Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee. I appreciate the opportunity to testify before you today. The MCCPTA DEI Committee seeks to work with MCPS to ensure accountability, transparency, and continuous improvement related to all of MCPS's diversity, equity, and inclusion policies, procedures, and programs. Given that 74% of the MCPS student body identify as non-white, we want to understand how MCPS holds itself accountable in its budget planning for implementing system-wide diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives and providing professional development for all staff related to DEI. We ask for more accountability in the budget for DEI work, including an overarching description across the budget areas of what equity and inclusion mean to MCPS. The goals of DEI should be embedded in the foundation of all the operations of our schools. We urge MCPS to consider the following in the context of the FY23 operating budget. First, expand the virtual academy or access to virtual learning. Expanding the opportunities for students to be able to join the virtual academy should be a critical component of addressing the needs of students who have any number of challenges in getting to and being in physical school right now and for the foreseeable future. Currently, the waiting list for the academy is overwhelming. If the virtual academy is not available to all students, then other online learning should be an option. MCPS needs to meet the needs of its client where they are. The needs of MCPS families and students are widespread and varied. MCPS must offer more than one option. Second, significantly increase mental health supports for students and staff. It is widely recognized that students are in dire need of more mental health support to help them navigate social emotional issues, academics, and deal with all of the facets of the coronavirus pandemic. Prior to the pandemic, MCPS had a student to staff ratio of 250 to 1 for counselor positions in middle and high schools. We know that counselors have left their positions during the pandemic, thus increasing this ratio. The budget reflects an additional 12 new counselors. More mental health professionals of all types are needed in schools. Additionally, MCPS staff would benefit from robust access to mental health services and support. Third, increase support for newcomer and the language assistant unit. We are pleased to see that the budget includes the establishment of a welcome center and 21 additional FTEs for English language development services, as well as additional staff allocations to assist with the newcomer response. We encourage MCPS to budget appropriately for more comprehensive newcomer orientation and support programs in select schools with trained and culturally competent staff. One way to immediately support the needs of our newly arrived and ESOL students is to budget for more interpretation and translation services. Our students, staff, and PTAs constantly ask for interpreters. MCPS currently asks for 10 full days to respond to such requests. We need more robust funding for the Language Assistance Service Unit to provide more timely interpreters and translation services throughout the school system. Finally, share more about the anti-racist audit. We appreciate MCPS's commitment to engage in a system-wide anti-racist audit of its policies, procedures, and programs. It would be helpful to provide a public update of this work. We look forward to hearing more about the audit results and learning precisely what MCPS will do differently to ensure that all policies, procedures, and programs incorporate an anti-racist lens and enhance student education and well-being. The MCC-PTA DEI Committee supports full funding of programs and staffing that ensure that our schools are diverse, equitable, and inclusive. We urge the board and MCPS to adopt and implement a budget that speaks to the equity impact of all MCPS initiatives and reflects focused work, accountability, and specificity to address the diverse needs of MCPS students and staff. Thank you.
Next is Joanna Snyder and Ami Mundra.
Hello, my name is Joanna Snyder. I am pleased to testify for the first time as the chair of a new MCC-PTA Green Schools Subcommittee. For over a year, I have worked closely with dedicated district leaders like Seth Adams, Rachel DuBois, Lynn Zarate, Lori Jenkins, Peter Moran, and Sean McGee to support principals expanding outdoor lunch. I implore district leadership to go beyond general encouragement and set a metric goal, an idea supported by Dr. Stoddard, like half our students eat outdoors when temperatures are above 45 degrees, and then use ESSER funds to work with each principal to find out what they need to make this goal possible at their school. Indoor school dining will remain our greatest risk of widespread transmission so long as the pandemic persists. Time outdoors not only reduces transmission risk, it also enhances mental health and academic recovery of our students and can even enhance teacher job satisfaction. You can see studies with my written testimony. I applaud MCPS's commitment to the Maryland Green Schools program and hope they expand that for what we need right now. If MCPS is earnest about meeting the Montgomery County Climate Action Goal of 100% green schools by 2035, it is imperative to fund a full-time Green Schools Coordinator position starting next year. Additionally, I applaud the initiation of stipends for Green Lead teachers who are invaluable for the success of the program. I hope the funds will grow and come to include the building facility managers at these schools. Our exemplary green schools thrive because of their commitment to the vision. They deserve to be recognized. Finally, I look forward to learning more about the coming details in the MCPS Sustainability Plan and hope to see increased funding for CERT program and other grants to help schools enhance their own sustainability and environmental literacy visions. I am now honored to share the rest of my time with a remarkable student, Ami Mundra.
Good afternoon, Board of Education. My name is Ami Mundra, and I'm a 10th grader at Richard Montgomery High School. And I'm here today to emphasize the need for increased funding towards outdoor dining space and seating. I've seen how limited seating space outdoors for students creates cramped indoor environments, especially during the lunchtime. This creates opportunities for COVID to spread rapidly and decreases student productivity. Statistics show that more time outdoors benefits our mental health as well as decreases the chances of the virus's transmission. With rising COVID rates, this is more important than ever. Allocating funding towards concrete initiatives in outdoor dining, such as waterproof equipment, picnic tables, and specific needs for schools, will put MCPS on the right track. I can see the difference in my peers when they have the opportunity and space to eat outdoors compared to inside. It makes our school community happier and more productive. Additionally, these initiatives can be used towards outdoor instruction. I highly urge the board to consider the benefits of learning outdoors. Research has proven that those who receive instruction outdoors do comparatively better than their indoor counterparts on tests. Funding towards improving outdoor dining and instruction would thus be extremely useful to our county. Thank you so much for your time.
Next is Garrick Yao.
Hi, Garrick Yao, MCCPTA board member. Within MCCPTA, I am the SSL subcommittee chair, cluster coordinator, school delegate. I also support communications and programs. So I'm going to focus my testimony on the topic of out-of-school time activities, or OST activities. Research has shown that after-school programs help children improve significantly in several major areas: their attitude and self-confidence, social emotional development, maintaining a positive attitude towards school, academic performance. They provide many students with their first exposure to new learning opportunities in areas such as dance, music, art, organized sports. These opportunities spark new interests and can shape their perspective around what is possible for their own schooling, careers, and extracurricular commitments. They also provide opportunities for children to build and master skills. So when we look at the data from national studies, which has been validated by the MCPS OST work group's recent survey of principals around out-of-school time programs, the biggest obstacles to after-school activity participation is cost, accessibility, and transportation. We are asking for MCPS to dedicate more funding to tackling these primary obstacles, with an initial focus on students in Title I schools not currently participating in after-school programs and focus school farm students. We estimate the addressable population is north of 25,000 elementary school students. We all can agree that the elementary school stage is the most formative stage in terms of a child's development, so it behooves MCPS to build a cohesive, coherent plan that closes the gaps that exist at this level. The operating budget should take into consideration the recommendations coming out of the MCPS OST workgroup discussions around reimagining OST and the January 8th MCPS MCC PTA operating budget workshop. Funding consideration should be placed on three areas: parent community coordinators, PCCs, on transportation, and on reducing OST program cost. As I take a deeper dive into each, if we focus in on PCCs, there should be one or more PCC at all Title I and Focus schools, and at least one PCC at the cluster level in communities such as Churchill and Whitman. PCCs play a crucial role in creating a bridge between families and the school. Most effective PCCs have deep ties with the local community. They provide a two-way communication channel, valuable support to families during meetings, conferences, and school events. They collaborate with other school groups that provide family and student support, including PTAs, linkages to learning, Excel Beyond the Bell, Identity, the Y, and childcare providers. They support MCPS, enrichment, and summer programs. Beyond having enough PCCs in place, the BOE should advocate around bringing PCCs, community liaisons, they're individuals that work in certain Title I schools, and PTAs together to identify OST needs of each community and build a plan to bring in both traditional and non-traditional providers to run programs. These three stakeholders could collaboratively oversee those OST programs at each school. They should utilize technology and other important resources to help with the assembly and management of programs at each school. With regard to transportation, the operating budget should provide funding for activity buses at all Title I and focus schools. In terms of reducing the cost of OST programs, based on the data gathered from each community needs assessment, understand the landscape of programs out there and begin to source providers to meet those needs. School counselors, PCCs, community liaisons, and the PTA could work with families to apply for financial support on a need basis. I would argue that it's important that all families have some skin in the game, however little, so they are accountable for their kids' participation. We don't want to invest in programs that aren't robustly attended. I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'd welcome the opportunity to answer any questions and participate in any future discussions that pertain to the contents in my testimony.
Next up is Kirsten Erdheim.
Dr. McKnight and members of the board, thank you for your time this evening. My name is Kristen Erdheim and I represent the Magruder Cluster along with Kimberly Glassman and Irene Johnson. After the 2021 school year of virtual learning, our students returned to school this fall, showing the impacts of spending over a year outside of their school buildings. Many of our students were unable to make academic gains, their mental and emotional health suffered, and achievement gaps widened. Our cluster strongly believes that the operating budget must prioritize the social, emotional, and academic losses that continue to impact students after returning to school for the 21-22 school year. There have been significant staffing shortages impacting our schools this school year. These shortages are felt daily as the inability to fill positions, staff departures, combined with shortages of substitute teachers, have left teachers having to provide coverage without the necessary supports to meet their students' needs. There are growing concerns that staff must go above and beyond their regular duties daily, including using their planning time to cover classes. When the county changed the SRO structure, our schools were supposed to receive additional resources to support the mental health and emotional needs of our students. There have been social media threats of violence, and even if unfounded, they cause a great deal of stress to our students. We request the necessary staffing throughout the cluster to provide our students with the academic and emotional support they need, including the necessary staff to provide mental health and emotional support that was promised this school year. To further support the academic and emotional well-being of our English language learners, we also respectfully request more ESOL counselors and a cohort of permanent substitutes to be assigned to our cluster who can be allocated to schools daily as needed.
My name is Maren Erdheim. I'm currently a senior at Magruder High School. The pandemic has taken a huge toll on the mental health of students and staff. Students already coping with mental health conditions have been especially vulnerable, and many students are feeling an additional emotional toll as a result of schools being closed, extended physical distancing guidelines and isolation, and other unexpected changes to their lives. It would be helpful to implement systematic screenings of all students and make appropriate connections to mental health providers as needed. As stated before, when MCPS changed the SRO structure, we were told there would be additional resources at the school level to address the emotional needs of our students. The additional social workers, counselors, and other mental health supports have yet to come to fruition, and this is an area of significant need.
Despite a return to in-person learning, our students continue to struggle academically and have not been able to make up for lost instructional time from the year of virtual instruction. We are requesting that MCPS again provide a no-cost, robust summer school program to help students recoup time and instruction they lost during the pandemic. Academic programming should be combined with enrichment and traditional summer activities to provide students with the opportunities they need, both academically and emotionally. Students lost out on extracurricular activities during the 21-22 school year and should have the opportunity to engage in those enrichment activities without cost over the summer. We request funding for after-school programs and equitable out-of-school time activities for non-instructional days, including transportation, which could provide help with homework, enrichment, and social opportunities. The quality of instruction continues to be a concern to us, mainly at the high school level, but also throughout our entire cluster. There was such a huge amount of learning lost during the year of virtual instruction, yet the curriculum seems to be forging ahead without much regard to what these students lost or never learned. In addition, there is still a disconnect between the AP test scores and the grades students are receiving in AP classes at Magruder. There should be a better way to assess the AP teachers and quality of AP resources if the students are continuing to do well in class but not on the AP exam. Flower Hill Elementary School is one of the schools piloting the Science of Reading curriculum this school year. Studies show that the Science of Reading is the most effective way for our youngest students to learn how to read. We request that the SOR curriculum be expanded to all cluster elementary schools. Thank you for your time. The Magruder cluster looks forward to working with you all and building a stronger future for our students. We hope we can continue to make improvements and see these funds put to good use in the coming year.
Okay, at this time, I'll take questions from my fellow board members. I would like to remind you that we have quite a list still to go. So with your comments or questions, please be additive, not repetitive. Ms. Evans.
Yes, just real quick. We heard from the Paint Branch cluster that Galway has difficulty or dead zones with communication using their two-way radios and cell phones. Is that CIP or is that operating budget or something to look into that?
Good evening, Ms. Evans. That's something that we'll have our security office follow up on.
Okay, great. Thank you. That was my only question, comment.
Am I seeing any other lights? Ms. Harris?
Yes, I would first like to thank Mr. Bassi. I very much appreciated hearing the school-by-school breakdown of needs, and the thing I just kept hearing was unfilled, 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 unfilled. And there's several pieces of testimony around the importance of the out-of-school time activities, especially in our Title I and focus schools. If we could get a sense of how many of our Title I and focus elementary schools either lack or have only de minimis out-of-school time programs, that would be helpful, I think, for some of the conversations we're going to be having tomorrow. And also, following up on Ms. Erdheim's testimony, Science of Reading at Flower Hill Elementary, is that a one-year pilot or a multi-year pilot? If we could find out where we are in that program and what the plans are for possible expansion. Thank you.
Ms. Silvestri.
Yes, several of the folks testifying today spoke about high-performing teachers and hiring and retaining and how to avoid some of the staffing shortages that we are seeing today because of the pandemic, of course, and quarantining. So I just want to reiterate a point that I made, I think, in a previous meeting where I want to ensure that our HR office is well equipped to be able to keep our system competitive because we're all competing for the same people in the region. And so we can't expect people to work miracles if we don't have enough resources in our HR office. I'm not saying that we do not have enough resources, but I want to make sure that we are paying special attention to that because so much of we are a people institution. And we are, again, can't emphasize enough, every school district is looking for counselors. Every school district is looking for special education teachers. So let's make sure that we are equipped to compete and succeed in getting the talent that we need here today. And then Dr. McKnight announced also that our substitute pay, our negotiations around that have finalized, and will be increasing our substitute pay to probably be the most competitive in the region. So just wanted to make a point of that. Thank you.
Dr. Daka, since you don't have a light, I have to call on you each time. Do you have a comment?
No, I was just going to, Galway was one of the things, and the issue of having more security in elementary schools. We'd like to know more about that.
Okay, thank you.
I'm still here.
At this time, seeing no other lights, I will move to Audra Dove. Please play the video.
Hello, my name is Audra Dove, and I'm chair of the MCCPTA Gifted Education Committee. Our committee advocates for enriched and accelerated opportunities for all gifted students and for academic excellence and equitable access to these opportunities. Too often, people define gifted solely as high achievement. We define gifted in terms of the potential to achieve at high levels, not just the demonstrated ability to achieve at high levels. Over the past 5 years, gifted education has lost important resources within MCPS. This has dramatically impacted the system's ability to address the needs of gifted students and has created inequitable and inconsistent access to accelerated and enriched programming. Last year, we testified about the persistent absence of minimum standards and oversight across programs and across local schools. That absence continues to foster disparate and inequitable access to acceleration and enrichment. These disparities inevitably leave our highly able students in the most vulnerable populations at greatest risk of being left behind. We understand the immense challenges the school system has faced during the pandemic and how incredibly hard our educators are working to address the many needs exacerbated by the current scenario. We are here today to offer our thanks and support and to advocate for necessary funding, without which our school system cannot reach its full potential. Today, we are asking the board to live up to its commitment to academic excellence and equity in gifted education and to make good on the terms laid out in its policy IOA and regulation IOA-RA on gifted and talented education. We have 4 priority requests for this year's operating budget. First, we request the allocation of funds for staffing and professional development in support of gifted education in the following ways. 1 full-time SSI gifted education specialist to oversee and monitor the faithful implementation of MCPS's policy IOA and to ensure equitable access to GT programming throughout the district. 1 full-time AEI instructional specialist dedicated to secondary schools for the purpose of GT curriculum and enrichment development, training, and support. We also request funding for AEI to support teacher training, planning, and curriculum co-development through stipends and substitute teacher funding. We strongly support MCPS's request to have a full-time reading specialist in every elementary school and a staff development teacher in every elementary and secondary school. These specialists are necessary components of a strong instructional leadership team and are key to supporting academic achievement across the span of learner profiles within MCPS. Second, we ask the board to strengthen local gifted programming. Current magnet and center programs offer seats only to a small portion of gifted students. Therefore, most gifted students remain in their local schools, despite demonstrating a high need for acceleration and enrichment. The current lottery-based admissions process to middle school magnets and elementary centers makes getting a seat arbitrary. The luck of the draw currently determines who gets a seat in an accelerated program. For those identified with a need, but who aren't picked from the lottery, it's their geographic location that determines whether they have access to accelerated instruction. Our committee implores the board to recognize the need to strengthen and expand accelerated and enriched instruction to every local school so that equitable access exists. By expanding the enriched literacy curriculum to all elementary schools, maintaining compacted math, continuing accelerated middle school math options, and the Global Humanities course, and creating an above grade level enriched science course for local middle schools, MCPS can provide equitable programming to meet the needs of highly able students within their local schools. Third, we ask the board to reinstate funds for the administration of cognitive assessments in gifted identification and program admissions. Though funds were allocated in fiscal year 21 and fiscal year 22 for the administration of the COGAT, the assessment was temporarily suspended both years due to the pandemic. MCPS has suggested it will again suspend next year's COGAT as part of a pilot study. We continue to have conversations with MCPS administration, with guidance from the Maryland State Department of Education, on the long-term consequences of using only achievement-based assessments such as MAP, grades, and MCAP to identify gifted students. We request that money be allocated for the administration of the COGAT in fiscal year 23. Fourth, we ask the board to support and expand the Virtual Academy catalog to offer live course options a la carte to in-person students who need advanced courses, including but not limited to the Enriched Literacy Curriculum, Global Humanities, Advanced Elementary and Middle School Math courses, and AP and IB courses for schools that cannot offer them in person. As we emerge from the pandemic, we must address the long-term consequences on all of our students, including the gifted population. Thank you for your continued commitment to MCPS students.
Next is Amy Ackerberg. Hastings, please play the video.
Good evening, President Wolf and the Board of Education, Dr. McKnight, and MCPS staff. My name is Amy Ackerberg Hastings. I serve MCCPTA as this year's Richard Montgomery Cluster Coordinator, and I am the parent of a Julius West 8th grader. I'll start with the general note that the fast-moving crisis situation we are all navigating has again pointed out that clear communication and effective cooperation remain perennial problems. With respect to the operating budget, I will focus on 3 areas: staffing, families, and curriculum. A more complete version of these remarks can be found in my written testimony. First, staffing obviously is the overriding topic for both the school system and our wider society at this stage of the pandemic. Thank you for the steps already taken to recruit permanent and substitute teachers and staff. We look forward to more work on deepening the substitute pool. I was very glad to see commitments in the fiscal year 23 operating budget for a full-time staff development teacher in every school and a full-time reading specialist in every elementary school. The new role of classroom monitor has been a huge help with classroom management and student social emotional health. We ask that the position be continued and that allocations for classroom monitors, paraprofessionals, and lunch hour aides be increased. Given that enrollment remains unstable, we again request that all other staffing allocations be maintained at the pre-pandemic level. It was great to see first steps in the 2023 operating budget toward career pathways that encourage staff to stay in the system while they work and learn their way into new responsibilities and challenges. We would like to see further long-term work on making teaching in MCPS more appealing. For instance, our principals noted a need for additional teacher support that provides for effective collaboration time, such as holding professional training while school is in session. The principals also recommend flexible realignments across the county when programs and current needs get out of balance. Second, some efforts to increase convenience actually create barriers for farms and ESOL families, such as electronic-only forms that are not manageable on cell phones or bans on accepting cash payments. Additionally, in-school interventions tend to be more effective for behavior modification and academic remediation than services offered after the school day, which require families to figure out schedules and transportation. Indeed, the shortage of bus drivers is well known at this point, but I want to note here that one aspect it highlights is ongoing issues with access to transportation for marginalized families. Outreach in ways that are useful for our diverse population continues to be a work in progress. I was lucky enough to attend a Spanish language services fair organized by Julius West Middle School at Twin Brook Recreation Center earlier this year. I love the idea of the Welcome Center described in the 2023 operating budget. But we also ought to support every school in offering multiple such community events throughout the year. Finally, a few brief points on curriculum. Professional development on trauma-informed care is essential for navigating COVID-related academic and social-emotional impacts on students. Similarly, social and emotional learning curriculum needs to be implemented consistently across all elementary schools. Please retain the use of the elementary literacy curriculum, Benchmark Advance, rather than disrupt instruction and further demoralize staff with a change after only 3 years of mastering these materials. The in-person and virtual summer programs offered last year were wonderful, and they should be repeated, including the provision of free transportation. The system's hard-won knowledge in virtual learning provides an opportunity to expand online and hybrid options, such as for IB courses that need instructors or students who are missing school for various reasons. We are asking a lot of the fiscal year 23 operating budget because there is still a long way to go in this pandemic, but I will leave you with a positive report from the January 11th Julius West PTSA meeting. Even with all of the concerns we have noted, every day our students are getting better at doing school and better at belonging to a community. Thank you for your attention. I wish you the best in steering the very large MCPS ship through lots of uncertain waters.
Next is Jay Guan. Please play the video.
Members of the board, Superintendent McKnight, my name is Jay Guan. I'm the chair for MCC-PTA's ESOL committee. We are a destination for immigrants of all stripes, class, and creed. As of late, we are the primary destination for those seeking refuge. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. This is the de facto creed that our nation lives by, and in this county, we walk the walk. Our county and our school system provide a lot of support. For example, we are glad to see the implementation of the Welcome Center for Immigrant Families. However, we can do better still in letting people know about all the wonderful supports that they have at their disposal. Effective communication and information dissemination to new families are important. It goes beyond simply having a webpage in multiple languages. We must strive to ensure all outreach and communications are accessible and understandable to families, some of whom may have come from turbulent environments and receive very little schooling. We must strive to provide settlement-style support for these students and their families to navigate our systems, to understand what is available to them, and how they can access it. However, this is only the tip of the iceberg. The pandemic laid bare the existing fault lines and inequities in our society. MCPS data from the fall of 2021 showed us that we needed to do more to support our ESOL students. The pandemic affected our students' academic performance in the past year or so. This trend is particularly pronounced with our ESOL students. We see a steep decline in performance in literacy and in mathematics when compared with data from 2020. We need to ensure that we provide staffing to support these students. While we're happy to see more ESOL teachers have been added to this budget, we need to ensure that the number of ESOL students keeps up with the increasing ESOL student enrollment. We also need more staffing in math, science, social studies, and other classes to ensure that teachers can provide focused support aligned to grade level standards. These staffing allocations are important resources to ESOL population. Another area where ESOL students require greater support is extracurricular activities and after-school programs. As we know, extracurricular activities typically favor families with more socioeconomic needs. These programs help level the playing field for our ESOL students. They also help them become more engaged in schools and in their communities. Lastly, we know that some of these existing support are supported by ESSER grants. We must plan now for the sustainment of these supports when ESSER funds dry up. The task ahead of us is great and arduous, but we must persevere and redouble our efforts, for this is our creed, and they're counting on us.
Next is Neha Kohli and Deborah Budiani.
Hi, my name is Neha Kohli, and I'm a senior at Bethesda Chevy Chase High School, and I lead Youth for Equity. Restorative justice builds understanding and empathy, and thus provides students and adults tools to build emotional intelligence to strengthen relationships. In restorative justice conversations, all perspectives are taken into account and considered. The transgressing student or teacher in a situation is given the opportunity to rebuild trust and repair harm. This allows for the people in our community to grow alongside one another. Additionally, restorative justice practices improve the school climate and educational experience for students of color in particular. Traditional disciplinary practices hurt students of color at disproportionate rates. Alarming statistics indicate huge disparities caused by structural racism in our country's education system. A push towards restorative justice practices away from punitive disciplinary practices aids in preventing this type of learning loss for students, and instead offers opportunities for healing and repair when harm has occurred. Restorative justice builds the capacity for critical conversations on race in schools, further improving the educational experience for students of color. Expanding training for MCPS educators and building it for students would be highly beneficial. Training students to not only participate, but also to facilitate restorative justice practices in their schools creates an engaging environment for students, as they would be more likely to participate with trained student facilitators. Additionally, student facilitators would be able to build skills of discussion, allowing them to grow further their emotional intelligence and empathy through conversations.
Thank you, Neha. I'm Deborah Budiani Sabiri, and I'm a member of the MCC PTA Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee. I'm also a facilitator of restorative justice practices and mindfulness, and I hold this focus in my advocacy of DEI, mental health, school climate, and safety matters. The robust implementation of restorative justice practices in each of our schools is increasingly important as we continue to recognize the mental health crisis our youth are currently experiencing, subsequent concerns around school safety with the uptick of hate offenses and violence in schools, and how deeply our communities are interconnected on many levels, particularly epidemiologically, socially, and emotionally. MCPS committed a giant, commendable leap last summer in its district-wide training of restorative justice practices with all MCPS staff and administrators. It's a huge lift and shift that will take greater commitments of time, further training, practice, and resources. Acknowledging the enormity of benefits of restorative justice practices, we urge MCPS to consider supporting the following request via the 2023 operating and ESSER budgets. First and foremost, more mental health professionals and social workers, counselors, not cops, particularly in high schools, and to support the safety, security, and well-being of students. Next, establish restorative justice coaches in every elementary school as we currently have in every middle and high school. Next, expand staffing in the restorative justice unit in the central office to meet the needs of providing training and support for RJ coaches and teams in each school to deepen their understanding and practice. Next, develop opportunities for diversion or alternative accountability programs via community partnerships to build restorative communities. Committing these resources would further enable a shift from impersonal relationships and punitive exclusionary approaches in schools towards relationship-centered and restorative practices that have profound benefits for school communities and each person in it. In recent decades, neuroscience studies substantiate how our brains learn best when we feel safe, seen, and understood, and that each of us matter. Restorative justice practices make space for sharing, power balancing, listening, connecting, empathy building, and deepening understanding of one another. Adequate resources must be committed to ensure adequate staffing, training, and practices to make this implementation robust and ingrained in our school and climate and culture. Thank you for this opportunity to share testimony with you.
Next is Hannah Donard and Aparna Ganesh.
My name is Hannah Donard. I'm here to testify today as chair of the MCC-PTA Health and Wellness Committee. Our committee covers the gamut, including mental health, nutrition, substance use, environmental health, and now COVID-19 mitigation. All of these interrelated issues are pertinent to the budget talks today. Unmet mental health needs are a major predictor of mental illness and substance use. Like everything else, the pandemic has magnified these growing unmet needs. We urge MCPS to conduct a mental health audit to better understand the different MCPS regulations, policies, availability, use of current resources, and staffing. Further, it is critical to engage students more to hear from them where unmet needs exist. I'd like to note here, for the first time in many years, this budget also does not add a single psychologist, and we must continue funding more in every school. In line with substance use prevention, we are recommending the following: age-appropriate substance use information and preventative lessons, prevention lessons interwoven into the curriculum for grades 5 through 12, facilitating in-school recovery meetings in every high school, and finally, partnering with outside substance use or prevention and recovery-focused groups such as Arise and Flourish and MAT. Food insecurity needs to be addressed and solutions prioritized now too. We are asking the Board of Education to request supplemental emergency funding for the provisions and delivery of food to kids who are unable to attend school due to COVID-19, bus routes being canceled, attending virtual school, etc. We continue to advocate for best practices, scientifically accurate communications, and open data on drinking water quality, indoor air quality, and safer disinfecting and cleaning. Our committee has been working closely with facilities to verify and inform ventilation improvements. We are recommending, per state and county guidance, funding for CO2 monitoring in all schools before the end of the spring. Further, we would like to see funding for Corsi Rosenthal portable HEPA filters in all cafeterias and clearly outlined outdoor dining thresholds. Funding for procurement of safer disinfecting products in schools is necessary to minimize respiratory irritants and asthmagens during respiratory pandemic as well. The American Academy of Pediatrics and CDC recommends removing disinfectants and cleaners that are respiratory irritants, including fragrances, bleach, and quats from all schools. More health protective procurement practices will remove undue burdens to vulnerable populations who are covered under the American Disabilities Act, including those with asthma. Finally, our committee, many of which are medical professionals, infectious disease experts, and public health scientists, implore you to implement stronger COVID-19 mitigation measures and more dynamic solutions to meet the diverse needs of our school community by, first, ensuring meaningful, stable instruction by developing and sharing metrics for determining operational viability to support in-person instruction. We also recommend providing a virtual instruction option for students who are medically vulnerable, quarantining, or those who prefer to learn virtually for safety reasons during the current surge. Second, decreasing in-school transmission and quarantine-related loss of learning by establishing a test for safer return policy while Montgomery County is experiencing high or substantial transmission levels. This means after any period of closure longer than 4 days, including spring break, all students and staff would provide results of a negative COVID-19 test prior to return to in-person learning. We also urge you to expand test to stay, symptomatic screening, and SCION's random screening PCR testing in all schools. I'm grateful now to be able to share some of my testimony time with Aparna, whose student voice is critical to this discussion.
My name is Aparna Ganesh, and I am a sophomore at Richard Montgomery High School. I have come here today to bring the need for funding outdoor dining resources to your attention, as well as the importance of clarity and transparency regarding hydration stations. In our current situation, it is absolutely necessary that the spread of COVID-19 is slowed down by preventative measures, such as outdoor dining. Outdoor dining maximizes social distancing when students aren't able to wear masks, and possibly distance from other students. Speaking with friends and peers from other schools that don't have as much space, the need for more space to distance is evident. Students are often unable to find spaces where they feel comfortable eating with their masks off. Lunch can also be one of the most high-risk times in terms of COVID-19 transmission, and to lower this risk, we must invest in sustainable resources for outdoor dining. As my fellow peer, Ami Mundra, mentioned earlier, this can be weatherproof equipment, set-aside space just for outdoor dining, ponchos for students and staff, and picnic tables. In a time as critical as this, maximizing preventative measures are our best bet for maintaining smooth in-person learning. Regarding hydration stations, we wanted to thank the board for listening to the student voice and implementing 2 hydration stations for each school. However, transparency surrounding the filters that each school is using must be cleared up. The community wants to know which schools have updated filters and which do not, either through a website or other means. This is absolutely essential information that needs to be put out to the community.
Next is Michelle Gluck. Please play the video.
Dr. McKnight, MCPS leaders, and members of the board. My name is Michelle Glick, and I am the chair of the MCCPTA Curriculum Committee. This is my 8th year on the MCCPTA board, on which I've held a variety of positions, and my 16th year as an MCPS parent. I come to you today with the perspective of someone who has seen a lot of budgets, a lot of budget testimony, and a lot of unkept promises about how needs that are not explicitly included in budgets will be met. Our biggest concern about this budget is its myopia. It is too narrowly focused on near-term priorities. In particular, it devotes one-time pandemic funding to positions that should be part of a longer-term strategic plan. We support many of the curriculum initiatives to address pandemic-induced learning crises, but we are concerned about the sustainability of those initiatives. I'd like to commend your attention to some features of the budget that we believe deserve particular support. Supporting students whose pre-existing challenges and pandemic-induced learning losses leave them far behind their grade-level peers has never been more critical. We applaud and commend the use of ESSER money to provide one-to-one and small group tutoring to students whose needs for support to recover from learning loss exceed what any teacher can be expected to deliver through scaffolding in a regular classroom setting. We hope, in fact, that future budgets will recognize that there have long been many students who have languished because teachers have been expected to meet them where they are while teaching a class full of students at several different levels. We hope you will budget to continue to provide that extra one-to-one and/or cohorted support to students whose needs are significantly different from the average level of their grade or classroom. We applaud the use of expanded summer school to recover from learning loss, and we hope that future budgets will consider how targeted summer school can supplement the regular school year for students at all levels of achievement. We applaud the development of the virtual academy to allow students to learn outside their assigned school buildings, although we are disappointed that there has been no discussion of money devoted to the idea of using the virtual academy to expand or equalize course offerings across schools. The virtual academy has the potential to be a silver lining of the pandemic by creating a structure for students to benefit from the expertise of teachers at other schools and or create a critical mass online for a class they can't take at their home schools due to staffing formulas. We hope that future budgets will sustain and expand the virtual academy to promote equitable learning opportunities across the entire county. We also feel that this budget, like many before it, is missing certain critical components that should be funded. MCPS is not just a collection of schools, it is a school system that should offer consistent and equitable learning opportunities to all of its students at all of its schools. Years of budget pressures and hostility to central administration has significantly reduced the ability of the Curriculum Office to not just develop curriculum, but also oversee its implementation and monitor its continuing fidelity. OSIP needs mission-critical specialist positions to be restored in several areas where positions have been cut or lost to attrition. Just a few examples of these areas include the two-way immersion programs, which are currently supported by an ESOL supervisor who is not a specialist in such programs, the World Languages programs, the Career Readiness and Certification programs, and last but certainly not least, the elimination in 2018 of the director position from the Division of Accelerated and Enriched Instruction has clearly degraded MCPS's ability to nurture and support students who need advanced or accelerated learning opportunities to remain engaged in school and meet their potential. MCPS promised to counter that loss with multiple OSSI positions charged with responsibility for the implementation of gifted education opportunities in all schools, but not even one such position was ever created or filled. Finally, this budget has many initiatives that, like many budgets of the past, it lacks funding for monitoring the implementation of initiatives or evaluating their efficacy. Curriculum and curriculum delivery initiatives in MCPS are developed, announced, rolled out with 1 or maybe 2 years of professional development and then ignored as we move along to the next great thing. I have frequently asked for data on the efficacy of new curriculum interventions or other changes, only to be told that there was no money in the budget to collect or analyze data on these promising but unproven ideas. Because there is so little centralized monitoring or oversight, curriculum implementation and delivery in MCPS is highly variable across the county. This is not equitable, it is not fair, and it is most damaging to our most vulnerable populations. Those of you who've heard me speak in the past know my mantra. In a large system, what doesn't get measured doesn't get done. Please consider funding more oversight for curriculum fidelity and equity. Thank you.
At this time, I'll ask any of my board members that would like to comment or have a question to turn on your light. Ms. Harris?
Yeah, just quickly following up on Ms. Coley and Ms. Budiani's testimony on restorative justice. I was intrigued by Ms. Coley's mention of student facilitators in the restorative justice program. Can we get a sense of how widespread our recruitment and development and training of those student facilitators is throughout the school system? And there was also a mention of restorative justice coaches at the elementary school level, and I know we talked about this at the operating budget workshop last Tuesday when we were talking about high school and middle schools that have these stipend-supported positions. Are we able to look at providing those stipend-supported restorative justice coach positions at our 139 elementary schools?
Ms. Mandrowski.
Yeah, thank you. Pretty much everything I have has already been said, but I just want to reiterate the concerns about positions that are filled with ESSA funds and making sure that we're looking at what's working and what may not be working quite as much as we're making determinations going forward. And I very much appreciated Ms. Gluck's testimony, and maybe there's more information that we could get from the curriculum committee of MCCPTA as we look at what we're putting together.
Ms. Silvestri.
Yes, following up on Ms. Majoski's point, we did have to skip the curriculum update presentation at our last board meeting, so that might be a good time to fold into the discussion this issue of oversight and evaluation of our curriculum. I wanted to ask about the testimony from Ms. Dove about the expansion of accelerated programs in our schools. Yes, there is a big need for acceleration, and not everyone can go to the centers. And so I like our model of trying to bring the centers programming to the schools. And I recall that there was work to expand that. Is that a budget item, or is that happening regardless of the budget?
Dr. McKnight, do you?
Yes. So that work does continue in curriculum currently outside of the budget. We also, because this is the same services budget, have some additional ideas in relevance to that in the accelerator component, should that be something that comes forward.
Can you explain what you mean by that?
So this budget really is taking a look at how we do realignments and really the same services that are coming forward. We always plan forward for accelerators, things that we might like to add, should we have the funding. So that might be a part of that.
So the expansion of these programs does require additional funding, is that correct?
So there were some positions that over the course of a few years were eliminated from that program that it would be good to take a look at bringing them back toward the expansion.
Thank you.
Dr. Darker, did you have any questions?
No.
Thank you. Ms. O'Looney.
Yeah, I appreciate Ms. Silvestre's comment that was just made about our accelerated programs, particularly the fact that right now we're operating under a lottery system, especially at our elementary schools. That by its nature means that there's a large population of students that were just not selected through the lottery and are not getting that experience. Although there are obviously resources at their home school and program and with their teacher that are available to them. I think that is something that we should look into. As a follow-up to Ms. Harris about Ms. Coley and her mention of student facilitators in restorative justice practices, I happen to know Ms. Coley very well personally. She's a fantastic example at Bethesda Chevy Chase High School of how we can include students in school-wide restorative justice practices. And I would love for us to reach out to her and just learn some of those best practices and bring them to other schools. There has been some incredible work done there by the students. So I just wanted to elevate that. One follow-up I did want to request from Ms. Ganesh was if we could just get some information on differences between different filters in our water stations. I have noticed going to different schools that we do have different brands of water bottle filling stations installed at different schools. I don't know if that's what she's referring to, but a follow-up would be fantastic considering that we are in a pandemic. And finally, I agree with Ms. Mondrowski about Ms. Gluck's comments, particularly, I know I'm bringing it up like a third time today, but her comments about the virtual academy. And if we keep talking about increasing the scope of the virtual academy and not just serving the 3,000 students who are fully or part-time enrolled, but also using it as a tool in relieving inequities across our district in course offerings. And I'm not convinced that we can do that without additional resources. That's a really, really hefty task. And it sounds like to me that if we're really serious about that and really serious about making sure that regardless of what middle school or high school you go to, in whatever part of the county, you have access to the same course offerings as someone else, that to me sounds like a project that requires more resources. So I'd love for us to look into that because I think it's really important. Thank you.
At this time, I'll call Jennifer Jones.
Hello, Dr. McKnight and Board of Education members. I'm Dr. Jennifer Jones, MCPS graduate and 30-year employee with 23 years as an elementary school counselor. It's my 11th year speaking to you to ask for more mental health supports for our elementary students. Dr. McKnight's budget for FY23 states the budget will continue to support the well-being and support of students. Every year I testify about the urgency for more mental health supports and a critical need for a much lower elementary school counselor ratio. Last summer, a group of elementary school counselors met with 4 Board of Education members. We appreciated the hour-long separate meetings with Pat O'Neill, Rebecca Smandrowski, Lynn Harris, and Brenda Wolf to discuss prominent, serious issues facing elementary school counselors. The topics are included in the attached letter written by 5 of the elementary counselors from that group who just retired. It was sent to all board members as well as Dr. McKnight in June. Dr. McKnight replied that she would share it with her team as they plan moving forward. Unfortunately, based on the budget proposal, there is no change, especially in the elementary school counselor staffing formula, which is shared in this testimony with related research. We were devastated to learn of the passing of Pat O'Neill. During our discussion on July 13th, Pat reiterated her belief that mental health issues are barriers to learning. She was always supportive of improving the elementary school counselor ratio and stated that social-emotional needs should be addressed early so students have the skills for coping. When I heard about the issues at Seneca Valley High School, I thought about Pat's words because my former Lake Seneca elementary students are now students at Seneca Valley. If Lake Seneca had a 1:250 ratio like all middle and high schools, instead of only me for over 500 students, would it have made a difference with more access to early intervention and support? I definitely believe so. I've worked at Lake Seneca when it was a focus school, and now this year as a Title I. I've also worked at elementary schools in neither category. It doesn't matter the type of school building we're in, whether it's Title I focus or neither, the demands of meeting elementary student needs are staggering. Our elementary counselor colleagues and I testified for the past decade, we are all overwhelmed with student needs, no matter the population size, economic status, or zip code. There are tremendously challenging mental health, social, emotional, and behavioral issues at all elementary schools. Whether the school population is highly economically impacted or not, we can't provide the kind of support needed with only 1 elementary counselor for 400 to over 700 students, or even 1.5 for 2 counselors for 600 to over 900 students. This fall, a few schools received an additional 0.5 allocation, but that still means half the time there's only 1 elementary counselor, including for Ashburton's 900 students. Please bring us closer to a counselor ratio of 1:250.
Dr. Jones.
Thank you.
Next is Renee McPherson and Julia Gullion.
Good evening. My name is Julia Guillen Williams, and tonight with my colleague Renee McPherson, we'd like to tell you a story of our work as pupil personnel workers. It's a story of the invisible work of relationship building that can't be quantified, but lays the foundation for ensuring children are safely housed, well-fed, healthy, both mentally and physically, with adequate resources to ensure that they are in school ready to learn. This foundational work often goes unseen and unnoticed when evaluating the success of the equity accountability model and evidence of learning framework, but it is vital. And tonight, we'd like to make this invisible work visible to you.
When school buildings closed on March 13th, 2020, PPWs at every MCPS school hit the ground running that following Monday, providing outreach and assessing the essential needs of each community. Through this proactive outreach during the first weeks of the pandemic, a vulnerable parent with whom I had established a connection months before when I helped her navigate the enrollment of her children in school, confided in me. She had COVID symptoms, no transportation to get a test, no medicine or food, no income, and no technology for her children to participate in distance learning. She was panicked that her children would miss out on school, but leaned on our established relationship to ask for help. We were able to provide her access to a healthcare provider, food, medicine, and the technology her children needed. Throughout the pandemic, as challenges arose, she leveraged our relationship to address her family's ongoing needs. We provided a slide to make visible some of the work PPWs have been doing to support students, families, and schools since March 2020. All of it on the foundation of our grassroots relationships in school communities.
The inundation of enrollments through the International Office throughout the first semester gave PPWs the opportunity to expedite enrollments by conducting home visits to confirm students' residency. You never get a second chance to make a first impression, and these visits can be key to setting the tone for these families' ongoing relationships with the school system. At one such visit, I was able to not only complete the necessary paperwork for our students' enrollment, but by meeting the family on their terms and in their home, I was able to assess the complexities of their needs. There wasn't just one student living in the home, but three. One child in need of an evaluation through infants and toddlers, and an elementary student who was delaying enrollment while she continued to engage with virtual studies in her home country from here in the U.S. All three needed health insurance, and overall, Mom was apprehensive and had questions. She needed a culturally affirming school professional to listen to her worries, normalize her concerns, and educate her about school and community resources, all in Espanol. The strong initial relationship we established eased the transition to school for these students and has led this mother to be a leader in our parent community.
The often invisible support offered by PPWs, both in the field and at every school, stands on the shoulders of our trusted relationships. We are in a unique position to amplify the voices. As you consider this budget, please remember that.
Thank you very much. Melissa McKenna.
Good evening. My name is Melissa McKenna. Tonight I'm here as a proud supporter of the Black and Brown Coalition and an NAACP member. Many of our asks are now part of the strategic plan, and as said was before, we need to see them reflected in the budget. Really quickly, I wanted to thank our PPWs that are here tonight. I have been working with PPWs, PCCs, and counselors for the past year plus. You are invaluable. I have worked with so many families, and it is indeed that trusted relationship that makes all the difference. They have called on me many times, and I wish I had your expertise instead of just being able to say, here's who I can pass you on to. It makes such a huge difference. We need more PCCs and more PPWs. Thank you, Dr. McKnight, for your leadership during these uncharted times. Know that in all the noise of COVID, I support you, and I believe in you. I'm so glad to see you're feeling better. MCPS is a team effort. Superintendent, BOE, and senior staff. We ask that you be straight with us. Speaking to us honestly and proactively will go a long way in goodwill. This same services budget is a label that belies the extraordinary circumstances of the past 2 years. I think you've already heard that we want to see how allocations are being made for the appropriate needs of our Black, brown, poor, and differently abled students. Yes? Good. And you will also show us ESSER funds alongside the budget. Yes? Good. Okay. So my very simple testimony of show your work is even easier. I do want to remind you that specialists in all schools is not equitable, and one size does not fit all. Education requires a massive cadre of staff. Budgeting for positions is one thing, filling them is another. Yes, these professionals are highly desirable everywhere. How will MCPS set itself apart in hiring? Perhaps housing expense support, homebuyer down payment assistance, and earlier repayment of student loans. We've seen this throughout the years with mental health professionals, counselors, and social workers. While MCPS budgeted for 50 social workers, they have yet to materialize. We need to think of something different. I'm concerned about our differently abled students, especially how to keep them in school buildings because it is so critical to their mental health and accessing the curriculum. I ask that students with intellectual and developmental disabilities be offered the opportunity to repeat a grade due to loss of necessary supports and services. This is especially important for students who were in transition years. While I see ESSER investments in athletics for social emotional engagement through sports, what about chess? What about the arts? Now more than ever, it is important for you to show your work, spend wisely, and please do so. Thank you.
Next is Charles Thomas. It's Charles Thomas. Okay. Aaron Filler.
Thanks. Okay. For coming, having me come this evening, and I hope everybody is doing well. Okay, there is no doubt the last 2 years has been hard for everyone in every way. There is not one universal way or solution to solve this. Everyone has a different situation and need, as well as different perspectives and ideas. Each one of us has our own personal, unique needs to help learn how to thrive and survive. Not only does this affect us individually, but it also has brought to light a lot of problems we have in our educational system. When it comes to education, we all have a role to help influence our policies and procedures to make improvements. As a parent of 2 special needs students with a variety of challenges, I want to make sure my children are safe, respected, understood, cared for, and know that the people working with them truly have their best interest at heart. Ultimately, my children are my responsibility, but it is also the responsibility of the people looking out for my children, do everything possible to make sure they learn what they need to thrive in life. I have spent 12 years advocating not just for my children, but all children. It is hard to receive services for my children to ensure they can be successful in school, and I am not the only one. The staff in school work hard as well to document what services are needed for approval. It truly takes a village to teach and raise children. It also takes a village to build a community. All of that takes teamwork, commitment, goals, and time to achieve this. As a special educator, I want to make sure my students are safe and have all the support they need. They need to feel and know that they are understood at their level. When students, families, staff, and the community have this level of understanding with each other is when we can start to learn, improve, be supported, and cared for. All students are important and have challenges. Our students in special education need extra support with their special, unique challenges. Making sure the MCPS community has all the resources and support we need is extremely important for our students. We can lose sight of the real reason we're here sometimes and the importance of what we do for our team. We're all a team. One of the things that is great about MCPS is we have many programs and services for our students with challenges. We do need more resources to support and provide these programs, so we need to increase funding to maintain and sustain. We do need, some of these are necessary for all students and families, staff to be successful. To ensure that we can provide this successfully, we need to improve our policies as well. I have used and seen how well the social and emotional initiative has been beneficial. I'm sorry.
Thank you for your testimony. Daniela Helton. No, it was on. It was already on. No, push the button again.
There we go. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Daniela Helton. I'm the school counselor at Little Bennett Elementary School. My days at Little Bennett are both rewarding and tiring with the 633 students that I serve. Elementary school counselors across the county face challenges each day, and often it can be difficult to communicate the depth of our job as it varies from day to day based on the needs of those that we work with. Our days can be filled with crisis intervention, CPS calls, problem solving with students, attending meetings to support high-risk students, home visits, a variety of paperwork, endless emails and Google Voice messages, and teaching children the skills they need to succeed. Here are a few examples of what the kids write to me when they need me. Mrs. Helton, at recess, me and my friend got into a fight, and it's distracting me during class. Mrs. Helton, today I had a panic attack, and I'm just overwhelmed because there's a lot going on. To date, I have received 48 of these, which does not include the average of 50 new emails and 10 new Google Voice messages I receive each day from parents and staff who refer students to me that I need to see. At the present time, a large portion of our day is reactive. We try to respond to issues, but really it's about mitigation. We have to triage constantly. And as a result, we often miss the proactive part of our job, which is essential. As a Board of Education, here's what you can do to impact change. Help elementary school students have more access to mental health support by striving to reach the national recommended ratio of 1 counselor to 250 students. All students, regardless of color, financial need, or academic level, deserve mental health support. In elementary school, students are introduced to foundational academic skills, such as learning how to read. Likewise, they need constant social skill development and support through proactive approaches. By preparing students with these skills, we can teach them to be effective problem solvers in order to be successful. This foundation is needed before entering middle and high school in order to navigate the complexities of these future schools, instead of developing skills as a response to trauma. When I began in the county in 2004, there were many staff in the department in central office, but now there are less leading us at the top. We need more leaders at the top guiding our counseling department, and we need more counselors in elementary schools. I'm constantly hearing about the importance of mental health and MCPS, but I don't see it. Help us to see it. Thank you.
Yeah, we have your testimony. Next up is Lauren Zolkowitz. Please play the video.
Hello to the Superintendent, Board of Ed, and the public. My name is Lauren Zolkowitz. I thank you for your time during these busy days. For some background, I'm a high school teacher for Montgomery County Public Schools and a mother of 3 elementary school age children in a wonderful MCPS elementary school. I started the increase in recess time in the Montgomery County movement a few years ago when my oldest started kindergarten. I realized the time allotted for free play in MCPS middle and elementary schools was extremely limited. I joined the MCPS Health and Wellness Committee and had discussions with MCEA and MCAP representatives, as well as members of the County Council and former MCPS Board of Ed delegates. With the support of these groups, I formulated a plan to increase recess time in Montgomery County elementary schools in a non-invasive way that would benefit students physically, emotionally, and better prepare them for their learning environment. The proposed plan allowed for elementary teachers and staff to be able to take their classes outside for extra recess for 15 minutes in the morning and 15 minutes in the afternoon as they see fit, on top of the 30 minutes already allocated for recess before or after lunch. Teachers could determine if it is needed on a day-to-day basis based on the needs of their students. Montgomery County Public Schools picked 6 pilot schools to implement the plan in January 2020. In March of 2020, the Board of Ed announced the results were extremely positive, and a report is to be shared with the public soon after. And then COVID hit. COVID has had a traumatic impact on MCPS students. Now that we're back in person, teachers have seen the physical, mental, and educational setbacks that students have suffered during this worldwide pandemic. While it can be hard to push for recess amidst the current chaos, increasing recess actually can be a great mitigation strategy the county can implement and can be as important as weekly testing and quarantine measures. Why is recess so important in this chaotic time for schools? The CDC found that childhood obesity rate rose a whopping 22.4% over the course of the pandemic. A research study conducted recently indicated that 31% of parents said their child's mental or emotional health was worse than before the pandemic. Some children have also exhibited increased irritability, clinginess, and fear, and have issues with sleeping and poor appetite. How can increasing recess impact these issues we are facing today? Recess has proven to aid students emotionally and decompress and physical health tremendously. Healthy Outlook magazine in 2013 stated recess allows for a child to mentally decompress and absorb what they've already learned. It helps children improve communication and negotiation skills. What is my suggestion to the county? Number 1, implement increasing recess and ensure that outdoor recess occurs. Recess is one of the most important COVID-safe activities in schools. Number 2, encourage administrators at elementary and middle schools to allow their teachers to increase recess time 15 minutes in the morning and 15 minutes in the afternoon as they see fit. And number 3, encourage schools to implement strategies to ensure students are dressed appropriately for outdoor recess, despite colder temperatures. Schools can work with PTAs and outside charities for coat collections, just as states in the North do. Thank you for your time, and I hope to talk to you more about recess soon. Goodbye.
Next is Patricia Jarrett.
Señores Junta Directiva de Educación, mi nombre es Patricia Jarrett, soy madre de 2 niñas de la Obaki Miller Elementary School y un senior de la Yedwood High School. También soy miembro de la Coalición de Excelencia Educacional de Afroamericanos y Latinos del Condado de Montgomery. En esta ocasión quiero compartir mi preocupación acerca de la falta de recursos para los padres que nos permitan reforzar en casa lo aprendido por los niños en clase. Sabemos que en algunas escuelas están ofreciendo tutorías personalizadas a los estudiantes, pero creo que sería apropiado también se invierta recursos en videos tutoriales en español de los temas que reciben los niños. En este tipo de material de consulta disponible en casa ayudará a reforzar el aprendizaje de los niños fuera de las escuelas, sobre todo ahora que parece que el COVID nos empuja hacia el aprendizaje virtual nuevamente. Muchos padres entramos en pánico con solo pensar de tener a nuestros niños estudiando en casa, porque no estamos en capacidad de ayudarlos y no tenemos la posibilidad de manejar apropiadamente los temas en desarrollo. Como padres somos conscientes que el uso de la tecnología ya no es una opción, sino una realidad. Tener este tipo de herramienta nos permitirá participar más en el proceso de recuperación de aprendizaje de los niños. También creo que no sería apropiado que un nuevo cierre de las escuelas tome desprevenido al sistema. Como líderes académicos están en la obligación de prever posibles amenazas de nuevos picos de pandemia y están un paso adelante para enfrentar un nuevo periodo de aprendizaje virtual. Eso incluye, entre otras cosas, involucrar en el aprendizaje a los padres y guardianes. Considero que una buena forma de hacerlo es creando tutoriales con los objetivos en las clases. Por eso me uno a la Coalición de Excelencia Educacional Afroamericana y Latino para insistir en que todos los estudiantes, en particular los estudiantes afroamericanos latinos y aquellos de bajos recursos cuyas comunidades fueron desoladas por el COVID-19, tengan acceso a oportunidades de aprendizaje acelerado que sean efectivos para revertir la pérdida de aprendizaje y reparar las brechas de oportunidades preexistentes y ampliadas por la crisis. Que los padres tengamos las herramientas para el refuerzo en casa. Ganaremos todos juntos.
Next is Sofía López.
Buenas tardes, honorable Junta Directiva del Condado de Montgomery. Mi nombre es Sofía López y soy madre de un estudiante de Gateway High School, miembro de la Coalición por la Excelencia Educativa de Afroamericanos y Latinos del Condado de Montgomery. Quiero expresar mi preocupación por la gran cantidad de estudiantes latinos y afroamericanos que están abandonando la escuela después de la gran desconexión de las escuelas y la pérdida de aprendizaje que originó la pandemia del año 2020. Nuestros estudiantes están enfrentándose a una difícil situación académica que está dejando consecuencias negativas en la construcción de su futuro, pues para aquellos que están regresando a clases, una vez vuelta al aula, no logran mejorar su desempeño, causándoles una gran frustración que los está llevando no solo a tomar la decisión de abandonar sus estudios, sino que los deja en una situación de vulnerabilidad que está afectando su salud mental y su autoestima. Como mamá de estudiantes de MCPS y residente de este condado, quiero preguntar a MCPS, ¿está considerando el nuevo presupuesto invertir en programas intencionales creados para volver a conectar a estos jóvenes con su escuela, para fortalecer los lazos naturales que deben existir entre los niños y las escuelas, para fortalecer su visión futura y conectarlos con programas especializados en su salud mental y en construcción de su autoestima? ¿Realmente están tomando en cuenta ese problema? Como madre y miembro activo de la comunidad estoy abogando para que le presten atención a esta situación, ya que con el paso de los años estamos viendo cómo se abre más la brecha de desigualdad entre las escuelas del condado según la ubicación. Es necesario que se invierta intencionalmente en reducir o eliminar estas barreras. Por eso, alzo mi voz a la Coalición por la Excelencia Educativa de Afroamericanos y Latinos y pido que los estudiantes afroamericanos y latinos y aquellos de bajos ingresos con sus familias cuenten con un sistema educativo realmente comprometido,
proactivo, cultural y lingüísticamente apropiado, profesionalmente preparado para superar las barreras del entorno que impiden el éxito de los estudiantes. El sistema tiene los recursos para que toda la comunidad, independientemente de la raza u origen, esté informada y que sus jóvenes tengan el acceso a todas las oportunidades y que desarrollen su máximo potencial. Solo falta la voluntad de hacer las cosas. Muchas gracias por su atención.
Next is Farhana Shah.
Hello, Dr. McKnight and members of the board. My name is Farhana Shah, and I'm here to testify on the urgent needs of English learners in MCPS. We know the population of English learners has been growing in MCPS over the last few years. We have gone from 13% in 2011 to 17% plus in 2021. Over 3,400 students have entered through the offices of refugee resettlement and international admissions, and some unknown numbers are arriving with parents or relatives. Our data is crisp and clear in telling us that we need to do more to support the growing number of English learners, because we see a decline in performance and literacy ranging from 21% to 48%, and then in math ranging from 3% to 30%. While graduation rates have improved from 41% in 2017 to 56% in 2021, we know we still have a lot of work to do to increase their graduation rates to reach the rates for all students at 89%. And in order to close these opportunities and achievement gaps, we must make sure that more of our English learners are able to access advanced courses, magnet programs, and be ready to attend college or enter the careers of their choice. They are counting on us for their academic success. We need to ensure that more supports are in place so the new ones that are coming in can be engaged in schools and experience academic success. School staffing for ELS is another crucial area that needs our attention. While we are happy to see that English language development teachers have been added to this budget, more are needed to support the language development of these students. And staffing needs to occur in core content courses such as math, science, social studies, and other classes to ensure that teachers can provide focused support aligned to grade level standards. Schools with large populations should have para support because many of our English learners are dual coded. And meaningful professional development must be planned for teachers, administrators, and staff that work with these students and families in each school community. And finally, we are looking forward to hearing more about the study that will take place by the Center of Applied Linguistics to explore the changes in beliefs, decision-making, and practices to increase the performance of our English learners. Thank you for the time and providing a platform to testify for our English learners and their urgent needs.
Okay, at this time, that concludes the testimony of all people here tonight. And at this time, I'll take comments and questions from our board members. Please turn your light on if you have a question. I have one request. I think that people forget that 90% of our budget is already salaries and benefits. I would like for you to do a side-by-side comparison of the number of counselors we have at each school and the number, if you were to meet the academy requirements, that you would be required to find and hire, and how much that would cost us, because I don't think people really understand the cost of that, and the fact that since 90% of our budget is already salary and benefit, all that's left is the 10%. It's going to be way over that 10%, but also you'd have to take it from somewhere else. And while I do appreciate, and I completely understand, because I think I need some mental counseling after all of this. I want to know, where does the staff go, because I need some, but I do appreciate that we have talked about this every year, and every year we do try to add to the budget some positions, but it will take several years to get to the level to be honest, that is required. But I think it would help people to know how much that actually costs. Okay? I'm going to start with Ms. O'Looney.
Yeah, first of all, thank you to everyone who stayed until 10 p.m. tonight just to get your speaking slot and address us. It really means a lot. Yeah, that's my first thing. And then second of all, I've really appreciated Ms. Jarrett and Ms. Lopez's comments today. And I think they're especially timely considering that we announced today additional individual school closures, many of which are found in some of the most high poverty, high immigrant populations of our county. And so I would just appreciate, this is unrelated to the operating budget, I know we have supports in place for those schools and those families who are going to be transitioning to virtual learning soon. We have tutoring services, equity hubs. If we could just translate those materials into as many languages as possible, just making sure that we do our due diligence on that. Thank you.
Ms. Harris.
Yeah, echoing on Ms. O'Looney's comments quickly, when Ms. Jarrett asked about, do we have Spanish language tutorials that could assist parents in helping their students do their homework at home? And looking at I know we are making opportunities for one-on-one tutoring virtually for some students, but her idea is a really good one, and we have so many very talented staff in MCPS who on their own make all sorts of resources to help their students learn. Do we know, or can we find out, if we already have teachers in the system who have created Spanish language and other language resources that could be useful to parents so that we could maybe create a resource, don't reinvent the wheel if we have a resource that's already out there. And I wanted to thank Renee and Julia for their testimony about the work of the PPWs, and I don't think we've had that conversation yet in our budget work sessions, but can we make sure that when we're looking at numbers for our PPW positions, first of all, I hope we don't hear the unfilled, like we have with so many of our crucial roles, but making sure that we're really talking to those boots on the ground when we look at how many do we really need to serve the needs of the communities. And I think they are best positioned to let us know how many PPWs are required to do that very, very important work. Again, appreciate the testimony of our counselors, Dr. Jones and Ms. Helton. We talked about counselors at their budget work session last week, and I think all of us share your goals. And I think that is, and I'm actually was very happy to see Ms. Zolkowitz testify. I remember in 2019, when she was working with the Advocates and the Allies and MCPS around her vision for that 6-school pilot. Timing is everything, unfortunately. Do we know, have those 6 schools been approached to revisit that pilot work to increase the outdoor time for students? And if they haven't yet, can we start those conversations again?
We can follow back up with that, Ms. Harris. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Ms. Mandrowski.
Yep, thank you. I too want to thank everyone for testifying, particularly our mental health workers, our PPWs, our counselors. We did discuss it at the work session some, and I asked some questions there, so I won't be repetitive. I love the videos in other languages for parents, and I know that we're already talking about, in the presentation we, at our last board meeting, we did receive some information about video ideas that they're currently working on through the curriculum department. I appreciate that, but anything that we can do, I mean, having children who've gone through the system and math is being learned a different way and everything, and I struggle to support sometimes, so I can only imagine what they're going through if they don't understand the language, so anything we can do there would be great. I had a question in reference, well, I had 2 questions, but one of them is in reference to the comments about repeating grades for students who have suffered extreme learning loss. And I've heard conversations in the community about how challenging it is for students to be able to repeat a grade? Is that something that we're looking at all, and how we're making adjustments to that?
Thank you, Ms. Mandrowski. I'll go ahead and address that. So yes, lots of conversations around that actually when we came back in the spring, and many parents presented concerns around how would it help or hurt. Every school who had parents who, were considering that or wondering if that would be a help to their child really personalized that process and had those parents come in and speak with the principal in the school about what was going to be the best situation possible. And I know in some circumstances, they tried some things over the summer and then reevaluated in preparation for this fall. So I think that conversation is best had with the school and the family, given the circumstances, to try and figure out what is best. So that's how we've been working through that process.
Okay, I hope we are a little more flexible than sometimes we've been in the past with all things considered. Based on some of the recent testimony, I also was wondering if we can have an update on the student dropout rates and dropouts and discontinued enrollment over the past 5 years, and maybe break it down by race, ethnicity, and gender. I also think it would be helpful to see where the data on which schools they're coming from. I'm not sure whoever is the person that I've been chatting with, but that would be as a follow-up. And then lastly, and also with that, maybe we've gotten some good feedback on ideas for how to address some of those issues. So maybe just kind of putting out there for the public what we are currently doing, and so we can take a look at what maybe we could do more of. And then also reflecting on the testimony. I know in the past we used to have a program book that had funding and budget. I know we still get a program book that says what programs students can sign up for, but could we look at bringing back something, obviously probably not for this year, but something that would just explain the program funding a little better, as I mentioned earlier in the beginning of the meeting. I think that would be really helpful for not just board members, but for the public as well. So thank you.
Ms. Silvestri.
Thank you all for coming to testify about special education issues, counseling, and people personnel workers. I just wanted to say that in our last work session, we did talk about the realignments for special education budget totaling $729,277. So if we can maybe share that information so that there's more awareness of the special education additions that are happening in this budget. And then just to the translation, the resources for parents in the curriculum, correct me if I'm wrong, but I recall that our curriculum does have resources for parents, at least in Spanish. So maybe that just needs to be, just remind our parent community that exists and put it out there for them. Thank you.
Dr. Daka, did you have any comments?
I had my light on.
Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to support Ms. Wolf on talking about the budget. It always runs through my mind, and I've said this every year. We have to think about the 90% that is being used for salaries and benefits. It does not leave very much money. It really doesn't. If you look at 10% of 293 billion, that's a small amount of money for all the programs that we have and all of the obligations we have outside of paying our staff. So it's really important to think about what we want to give up in order to do some other things. And we know that there are things that are very important. We know personnel that's very important, but we have to think of what can we give up in order to get those. And the other part was the list of organizations and items that PPWs work with to the benefit of our students. I've always been, I always admired PPWs because they would help schools to program for students that had difficulties or different needs. And to see that they work with all of those agencies outside. And I think that's a list that maybe we could look at that again. Okay, thank you. And thanks to all the people who came out. The students we already talked about, and the persons from MCCPTA, and the cluster coordinators, and from the Black and Brown Coalition. Thank you so much for being here.
Okay, I too want to thank everybody that came out tonight, particularly our staff that worked during the day and came out tonight to testify. That shows the passion that you have for your students and the work that we all know needs to be done in the system. And while we may not end up funding exactly what you want, know that we did hear you, and we're trying to reach a balance that is satisfactory to everybody. So thank you again, and thank you to our central office staff who are here hanging with us every night. And this concludes the hearing. Good night.